Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Of winning at TCH Dallas in November. Friday and Saturdays from 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. $500 high hands at 6 p.m. and 12 a.m. $200 high hands from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Full details at TexasCardHouse.com.
The Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or TexasCardHouse.com. Black Friday and battle for a piece of $100,000. Texas Card House Houston presents the $100,000 guaranteed Black Friday tournament. $400 buy-in, cards in the air at noon, plus a massive Black Friday sale on time. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
All right, so we are getting ready for some Big O action tonight. So once again, this is going to be a non-hold'em stream. It is going to be 5-5 Big O. So 5-5 Big O. Tonight's live stream, changing it up a bit. So it is going to be 8-handed. 8 is the max you can play. And we'll go around the table. It is a $300 minimum buy-in. So in seat 1, we have Roach. He's in for $500. Seat 2, Everyhand Fran. She's in for $300. Eric in seat 5. He's in for $500. Fletcher, who is not in his seat yet, he's in for $300. And we have seat 6 in for $355. Trucker in for $305. Seat 8, Commander Picks in for $1,000. And then we have Gator in for $800. So it's going to be 5-5 PLO.
Hey! I was calling you earlier, but you didn't listen. Listen. Good to see you, Trucker. Hey, we're here. Hey, that's a good thing when we're here. It's gonna be us. It doesn't matter if we win or we lose. We're here anyway. It's better to win. Try to win.
So here we go. First hand, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Once again, this is a non-hold'em stream, changing things up on this Friday night. It's going to be 5-5 Big O. So it is a pot limit Omaha Hi-Lo. Keep in mind, there is not always a low. And in some places, it is known as Congress. And we are starting off with a button straddle. Gator put in 10 or 15 on the button. Action's going to be on Roach. Pocket sixes with the 8 and the 4 and the deuce. It is the first hand, so he might play it, and he does have $5 already in. Now he's going to let it go. Normally, you don't want to play the middle cards in the high-low. Every hand Fran with a quick fold. Eric does the same. Fletcher not at his seat. Sewura also makes the fold. Commander Picks folded around to him. It was a $15 button straddle. So Commander Picks will make the call. He has no possible low draw. He needs at least 2 cards that are 8 and below. He has no possible low draw. And you can see that he is going to flop a set of 10s versus top 2 pair. So we might see some fireworks, as there is a possible backdoor low draw but none of the players have the cards for it. So the Queen 10 making a straight, you must use 2 cards, the Queen 10 making a straight, and there will be no low this hand, as Commander Picks putting out a pretty big bet there and getting a call from Gator, who has 3 outs, ace, king, or queen. 2 kings have been folded, and he's going to miss, so the straight, the Queen 10 is going to be good. There's only going to be a high this hand. Commander Picks putting out a little value bet on the river, trying to get a call, and he will get the call, showing the Queen 10, and Gator shaking his head, knowing that his 2 pair are no good. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on about 5 different platforms, the main one being YouTube. We're also streaming on the Facebook, also streaming on Twitch, and a couple of other ones. The only access that I have to is the YouTube chat. So this is 5-card PLO Hi-Lo. There is not always going to be a low. There must be 3 cards on the board that are 8 and below. 3 cards on the board, 8 and below, for there to be a low. Fletcher's still not at his seat, but the action will be on every hand Fran, as there is a button straddle, and the action does start to the left of the straddle. Does not jump the blinds. I do realize some places were 4 cards dealt or 5 cards dealt. So maybe the software's, yeah, I think the software's wrong here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 5 cards were dealt out. I believe the software is still set up wrong. So I will get them to correct that. So the players do have 5 cards in their hand. However, the card reader just picking up 4 cards, excuse me. So we will get the card reader corrected. But right now, there's still no possible low. There needs to be 3 cards, 8 and below. There are 2 cards, 8 and below. Right now, the best low is going to be ace 3. So ace 5 going to be the nut low here. These players were dealt 5 cards. However, last Friday we did play a round of each, and every time the button got to seat 1, then the game changed. So the software was still the same. And I believe, yeah, so Gator has the 5-6 straight. He's got the nut high. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he also has a low. The low is the same cards. The 5 and the 6 is the low. And looks like nobody has a better low. An ace 5 would have been a better low. But nobody having an ace 5. Roach announcing he had a set of jacks. But they are working on correcting the software, as it was as it was set up to go back to regular Omaha, the software. So they will work on correcting that. And the only problem or issue is it will take them 15 minutes to correct the issue. So they are aware of the problem, and as I said, it's going to take them 15 minutes to fix it, and the reason why is because we're on a 15-minute delay. Although it is going to correct itself once the button gets back to seat 1, it'll correct itself, thinking that we're back to Big O, even though we never stopped playing Big O. There's 4 cards. Here comes the 5th card. So yes, the game is 5-card high-low. As I said, it's known as Big O or Congress, depending on where you play. So Wood making the call. Gator does the same. Roach does the same. So I'm guessing we're not seeing that 5th card, but that 5th card is probably going to be an ace for a lot of these players as they are going after the low. The ace deuce, the best low, assuming that there is no pair. And there will be no low this hand. No low this hand. There needs to be at least 1 card, 8 or below on the flop. So this is going to be your normal PLO game with 5 cards. So we have Gator with the straight draw and flush draw for sure. If he has a 10 in his hand, then he has the straight to go along with it, but we do not know what that 5th card is. Roach making the call. So ace king making the nut straight, and as I said, there will be no low this hand. So nobody, well, Gator can have a possible redraw to spades as well. We know he has a redraw to a flush, the hearts, and if he has another spade in his hand, he could have the double redraw. Roach giving him a call here. Roach might have ace king as well. So the board does pair on the river and the hearts get there. So that's actually a 10 of hearts. The card reader picking something up wrong. And Gator going to continue on here. There you go. It got corrected. Production crew correcting that pretty quick. So Roach here might have ace king as well. We know he has a king for sure. Let's see if he has an ace to go with it. Gator is showing a flush. He has the ace king for the flush. And what was his other card? Oh, it looked like he had pocket kings. Yeah, he had pocket kings. Wow, so Roach going to take another hit, and Gator up to 420.
We don't have the battle of the barbers.
They were scared.
So it is 5 cards, and like I said, they are working on getting the problem corrected as the software is set for 4 cards. We should be streaming on TCH Live. Yeah, so it is on TCH Live on, there we go. So there was a comment that I actually think we have access to the Twitch comments as well. Both the YouTube and Twitch comments I believe we have access to, but in order to find it on YouTube, it's going to be TCH Live. TCH Live. Roach looks like he's going all in here. I would imagine he has another small card to go with the ace king of hearts, perhaps a deuce or a 3. So they should get the software correct. Oh, Roach with, yeah, I would imagine Roach has a deuce or a 5. I would imagine he has 2 pair. And keep in mind, 3-4 is the nut low, but Gator actually has 6-4, so he's in decent shape with that 6-4 low. The best possible low is 3-4, and it's going to go check around. Gator's going to show a 6-4, which should be good for the low. And Roach, I'm thinking Roach has ace-5, yeah. Roach showing ace-5 there for the high. So the 6-4, I don't know the other card for each player, but you can see the dealer chopping it up. So Gator either has 3-4 or nobody has a low that's better than 6-4. 3 cards, 8 or below. The ace counts as either a high card or low card. So in this case, it's counted as a low card. So Eric having the same 6-4 or 3-4 because both Gator and Eric getting quartered there. So for sure the problem will get corrected once the button goes back to seat 1. So didn't have any issues last week with the round of each, but it seems like that same software stuck around, and we're just doing high-low tonight.
You win more than you lose. That's a good thing.
Sometimes. Sometimes. You lose a good one.
I'll lose. Then I'll hit a big one. Then I'll lose. Hit a big one.
How much were you for that night?
So dealer pausing the game a little bit as they reconfigure the software to make sure it picks up all 5 cards. And I am watching it the same way as you are on a 15-minute delay, so anytime something needs to be corrected that I notice or that any of the viewers will notice, it will take 15 minutes to cycle through because of that delay.
Yeah. Well, I made him act crazy. You know, you got to push him back a little bit.
Yeah, so it's 5-5 PLO Hi-Lo. That's the game tonight. There we go. We got the 5 cards back. Just something that they needed to reconfigure in the software. Gator with a good hand. He has aces and he has 1 low card, a 4. Would probably prefer that 4 to be a deuce. But when you have double suited aces, you cannot be too picky. Flop coming 8 high, and there will be a possible low. Ace 3 is the best low right now. Let's see if anybody has the Ace 3. Gator has the Ace 4, so he has the second. He has the second nut low, but it's actually the nut low between these players, as nobody has the Ace 3. Looks like Fletcher putting out a bet here with his 2 pair. Has 8s and deuces, and he's going to pick up a couple of calls. There will be a low this hand. The question is, what is the nut low going to be? So now it was Ace 3, but since the Ace paired up, now the nut low is going to be 3-4. And you can see Trucker has the 3-4, and Trucker gonna put out a pot-sized bet. So Trucker with the nut low, the 3-4, doesn't have a high, but he is open-ended with the 9-7. Gator with a set of aces has the best possible high right now. Gator has the best possible high. Trucker has the best possible low. And we'll see what... Ooh, it's set versus set here. So, Segura with a set of 6s. His 6s paired up, so he has... Well, the 5-6 would be the low, I guess. Because it's going to be 8, 5, 6, deuce, ace. So he does have a low, but it is not a great low. He's really scared of that ace. Normally a set of 6s would be good here, especially since he has an 8 as a blocker. But the ace peeling off, nice fold. And we will go to the river. Probably going to be a chop pot here. Oh, full house for Gator. He will have the high. Trucker will have the low with the 3-4. So each player will get half the pot. Yeah, so Trucker with the 4-3, that is the nut low, and then Gator with the aces full of 8s. That river was an 8. So they will chop it up. All right, so I believe we have everything working again correct. And if you are just tuning into the stream, we are changing things up tonight. This is 5-card high-low. The blinds are $5, $5. Looks like there's a button straddle of $10 or $15. So if you're familiar with PLO, Pot Limit Omaha, this is like Pot Limit Omaha, but on steroids, as there is a 5th card involved, and there's a possibility of a low every hand. The low does not happen every hand, as there must be 3 cards on the board that are 8 or below. Nope, I guess. Yeah, it's still only reading 4 cards, so. So I think what happened is they manually changed it for that previous hand. So almost like a mystery hand, not knowing the player's 5th card, but each player does have 5 cards, and that's one of the reasons why we're playing 8-handed, as the most cards, the most you can play, Big O, also known as Congress, is going to be 8-handed, as 40 cards will be out, and then the 5 community cards with the 3 burn cards will put you at 48.
Guys, if anybody would want me to send them the link, let me know. I can send it to you.
So Gator raising it up. I'm guessing he has an ace in his hand. And there's going to be no possible low this hand. So it's going to be nothing but high. The ace-queen is the best hand. Fletcher might have the ace-queen. We know he has king-queen for sure. So he has top pair with open-ended. Roach might have the ace-queen as well, but he also has a pair and open-ended, as he does have the queen-10. Every hand friend might also have an ace.
Sorry, friend, I didn't see your
So Fletcher also going all in here. Fletcher can have backdoor diamonds. Oh, board pairing. Yeah, Fletcher did have the ace-queen. The ace-queen is the straight. There is no low. Once again, do not know what the 5th card for Roach is, but the 5th card for Fletcher was an ace. So he did flop the nuts, the ace-queen, and then he turned trips with the king-queen. His 5th card was an ace. So Roach will rebuy, as Fletcher, who was the big winner on our Wednesday night stream. We do stream at this location on Wednesday nights and Friday nights. On Wednesday nights, we do stream 1-3 Hold'em, and it is on the secondary channel. The name of the secondary channel is Texas Card House, 3 different words. The name of the main channel, which you are watching right now on YouTube, is TCH Live. Is it live or live? It's spelled live. So let's see if all 5 cards pick up here. As I said, once it gets back to seat 1, then it should correct itself for at least 8 hands. And no, there's still got 4 cards. 4 cards that are reading. The players do have 5 cards. So Roach just making the call. Oh, there we go. There we go. They corrected the software, and the dealer just told the players to rescan. It's the dealer telling the players to rescan. That way they can pick up that 5th card, and we will see Roach's 5th card is going to be a 4. So he does have ace 4 of clubs. Every hand friend. Not this hand. So normally you want an ace, a deuce, a 3 in your hand. That way you have a good chance of the low. The low does win half the pot, but the low does not always happen. So we do have a possible low here. The next 2 cards would have to be 8 or below that do not pair the board. So any card 8 or below that's not a 3. Sewuda betting his king 3 to pair. Gator going to be making the call with his open ender. He actually has a wrap. Does have the ace for the wrap. Any ace, any 9, any queen, any jack. Instead, it is a heart. And nobody has 2 hearts in their hands for a flush. But Gator has the ace of hearts. And we do have a possible low If the last card, if the river card is 8 or below and does not pair the board, we will have a low. Right now, the best possible low is ace deuce, assuming an ace or a deuce does not come on the river. Roach bet in here with just the 10. Oh, and Roach is going to take it down. So usually hard to get a bluff through, especially when a low draw is possible. But nobody with the ace deuce, nobody with the nut low draw, so they decided to let it go. There is going to be a button straddle. Don't know if it's for 10 or 15, but the action will start to the left of the straddle. All depending on where you play. Sometimes they treat the button straddle as a Mississippi straddle, where it actually jumps the blinds and the action remains under the gun and goes in order. Sometimes it is known as a hard rock straddle, where the player has ultimate last action, where it will jump the blinds and it'll jump him until the very end. And let's see if the production crew has them rescan again, because the 5th card is not showing. So Trucker here raising it, and I can almost put money on it that he has an ace. The 5th card is an ace, because he would not be raising it here without. There we go. So the production crew seeing that only 4 cards are picking up. Dealer might have the players rescan here. Yeah, the dealer having the players rescan. So let's see what the 5th card is. And like I'm saying, for Trucker, it's going to be an ace, and it's going to match one of his suits. I think he just doesn't have one suit. I know he has spades, and I know he has hearts or diamonds, but he doesn't have one suit. But that ace is going to match whatever the other suit in his hand is. He's going to have a suited ace. You can see Fran with the 2nd best nut low draw with the ace 3. So Eric has already folded. He wasn't able to rescan, but Fletcher did rescan. So we will see all of Fletcher's cards right here. And here is Trucker's hand coming up. See a dealer with his headset on, letting the production crew know exactly how the action went down. All right, here comes Trucker's hand. It's going to be an ace. Told you, ace of clubs, and it matched one of those other cards. It's a suited ace. So it looks like this pot is building, as it is $85 to call. And Trucker going to make the call, as is Gator. Commander Picks coming along as well. So it looks like we're going 6 ways to a flop. You can see there's already over $500 in the middle. These players won in at least one card that is an 8 or below for the possible low. And we only need one more card lower. So 2 cards, 8 or below. So there is going to be a possible low. Keep in mind, ace deuce is the best low right now. Gator leading out with his set of 10s. He has no possible low draw. He needs at least 2 cards in his hand that are 8 or below. He only has 1 card in his hand. So Gator's just going for the high here. Gator's just going for the high. Wouldn't mind the board to pair on the turn. Oh, Roach raising it up here with his wrap. He has the 7-8, which makes an open-ended, but he also has the 9 to go with it, the Queen 9. So he does have a wrap here as he's able to hit multiple cards to make his straight.
Come on, trucker.
Oh, this is going to be an over $2,000 pot here when it's all said and done.
Hey, I really wanna. I really wanna. All right.
Yeah, this pot might even go up to 3,000.
545.
So Gator with the best hand, and the low has not shown up yet. And we have a $2,500 pot here, hand number 8. Hand number 8. So the button has gone around once as we are playing 8-handed. Gator wants the board to pair to eliminate some of the low outs. It has to be 3 cards, 8 and below, that are not paired, either on the board or in your hand. So right now, ace deuce is the best possible low, but if an ace or a deuce comes, then that changes. So Trucker with the wrap, Roach with the wrap, Fletcher also with a wrap, everybody with a wrap. And as I said, the wrap is different than the open-ender. So you have the gut shot straight draw where you can hit 1 card. You have the open-ender where you can hit 2 cards. And then you have the wrap where you can hit 3 or more cards to make a straight. So take, for example, Roach's hand here, the 8-7. That makes him open-ended, the 8-7. But then you add in the 9. So now he's able to hit a 7 as well to make a straight. He could hit a 9 or a 4 for a straight. He can also hit a 7. So he can hit 3 different cards to make a straight. Oh, the board's going to pair. And there's going to be no low. There's going to be no low. And it is going to be a scoop. It is going to be a scoop for Gator. So everybody had low cards in their hand. And Gator going to be scooping this $2,545 pot with a full house, 10s full of 6s.
Barrels.
So we have 4 players who will be rebuying. I do realize that this isn't the most popular form of Hold'em. No Limit Hold'em is, obviously. But the list of players who wanted to play, we were actually able to make 2 different tables, as we had over 16 people signed up to play on the live stream. The most we can play is 8. And there is another table of 8 on the main floor. And those players are on the waiting list to get into the stream table. So there's actually 2 tables here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley running for the Omaha. There's 3 tables running for a Friday night free roll. And I believe there's another 2 tables playing your normal 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em.
You had a diamond draw. Backdoor diamond. You did a diamond turn.
So I do not know if it's been bits in the software. If not, this is something that the production crew can override, and they have been overriding it the last couple of hands, where it only scans 4 cards, but the players are being dealt 5 cards. So let's see how many. Cards get scanned here, as the action is going to be on Eric. Yes, it is the 5 cards. So nobody needs to get rescanned this hand.
Any change? 50 at least.
So Albert asked him if PLO Hi-Lo is fun. And if you like roller coasters, it's fun. So Albert normally just plays the normal PLO of 4 cards, just 4 cards high. This is Hi-Lo. And as you saw, the crazy part about the low, there's a lot of crazy things about the low. One, right off the bat, there isn't always a low. 2, a lot of times the players are drawn to the same low, so then they will get quartered. And 3, the players can also get counterfeited. So if they have ace deuce in their hand and there's 3 cards that are 8 and below, let's say there's like an 8, a 5, and a 3. Well, ace deuce is the nut low, except if the turn or river comes in ace or deuce, now the nut low is different. So 6 ways to a flop we go. Right now, ace 3 is the nut low. However, the low is not there yet. There's only 2 cards, 8 and below. Yes, I do realize there's 3 cards on the board, 8 or below, but one of those cards is paired. So there must be 3 cards on the board that are not paired, 8 or below, for the low to be possible. Oh, Sewudo flopping quads, and he's just calling here because he wants players to chase the low. He knows he is getting the high no matter what. So he's just calling here, not going all in. He wants players to chase that low because he is assured of half the pot. He might be assured of all of it. So if another card, 9 or above, comes up, there's not going to be a low. How much does he have left? He only has 95 left in his stack, so he's going to go all in here. You can see there's over $500 in the pot, so it's pretty much giving everybody a very good price to call. And there's a chance that we might not have a low again. So we need another card, 8 or below, that doesn't pair the board, and it's going to be a 6. So there will be a low. There will be a low, and every hand Fran has the nut low with the ace 3. Fletcher also with the ace 3. So Fletcher and Fran are going to get quartered. They're going to get quartered, and the quad deuces is going to get half the pot. So half the pot going to the high, half the pot going to the low, and you could see where it says that the high goes to the quad deuces, the low goes to the ace 3. You can see the cards that are being highlighted. This is the high. The high hand is being highlighted right now. Now the low hand is being highlighted, the ace 3. It's showing Fran wins the high and the low, but I believe there was a small side pot between every hand Fran and Fletcher, which is why it's saying that Fran wins the high, but it's the high for the side pot because she has an ace high flush.
No hay nada, no te dan nada. No te dan. Oh, sí. Que sea un abrazo. Así que anything. I don't know. You have to ask Georgie.
So yes, I do realize that not a lot of people know how Hi-Lo works, but that's what we're here for, to let you know exactly. As I said, the 3 things that you have to factor in on the low is, 1, right off the bat, there's not always a low. There is not always a low. There has to be 3 cards on the board, 8 or below, that are not paired. 2 players can have the same low, and if that's the case, like we just saw, those players will get quartered because the low wins half the pot, and if more than one player has the low, then that player is either going to get quartered or eighth. That sometimes happens where they get eighth. And then 3, even when the low hits, the low can change in regards to if an ace, deuce, or 3 comes, then you can get counterfeited. So if any of your cards pair up, then your hand gets counterfeited and your low is no longer playing, at least that specific low. There's cards known as backup, or take, for example, the ace deuce is the low, but if any of those cards pair up, if you have a 3 in your hand or a 4 in your hand, so you have backup for the low. So Segura winning the last hand, putting those chips to work, raising it pot here. He does have the nut low draw with the ace deuce. His ace is suited for the nut flush draw and has some backup emergency low. As I was talking about, he has a 5 in his hand as well. So Trucker with aces here might be going all in. No, he just makes the call. He puts in half his stack here. I feel like the play would have been to go all in here. That way you're able to isolate. But I will say, I am not that experienced in Big O. But I feel like I'm saying, I feel like the play would have been all in to get isolated here. But you can see everybody calling here, and we're going to have another... we're going to have another big pot, at least $1,000. So now Trucker's going all in. As I said, I feel like he should have raised the razor if he was going to call off half his stack there. But I also know that this game is, there's basically no solvers for this game. There's a couple of different books that have been written, but there are no solvers. And I hate to break it to you if you do not know this, but especially heads-up poker. Heads-up poker has been solved. It sounds boring, but you've had the top heads-up players play against a computer, and the computer beats them. Heads-up poker has been solved, and one of the reasons why is because it's just two cards that need to be computed. Tournament poker, I don't want to say it's been solved, but there is a ton of solvers, GTOs. There's a ton of information for tournament poker because it really boils down to a huge math problem. It's just a huge math problem, tournament poker. 5-card high-low, there is nothing that can be computed on which hand's better, which hand's worse, what's the right move to make, anything like that. It's 5 cards, so there's no computing. There's no GTO involved here. It's just a roller coaster game, like I mentioned. And there's a side pot. There's already one side pot. We might see some more side pots. All right, so there's 2 cards, 8 and below, so the low is possible. You can see Fletcher with a flush draw, also with top 2 pair, but he's already all in. He can't do anything now. So we need a card 8 or below. So far, no low. Does Fletcher still have the best hand with 2 pair? There's a straight possible, 9-7. Nobody has the 9-7. Somebody is betting here. Oh, so Segura turned in 2 pair with a 10 and a 6. So he has 2 pair. Fletcher has a better 2 pair with the king and the 6. Fletcher also has spades. And you can see the pot is just so big. And these stacks are pretty shallow that pretty much these players are getting a huge price to make the call. even if they just have a gut shot. Every hand Fran going to let her hand go. And we do have 2 side pots here. So Fletcher in good shape with the high. And there will be no low, and Fletcher will hit a flush. So Fletcher hitting a flush. Roach winning the side pot, but I don't think the side pot is very big. So Roach has a straight for the side pot. Fletcher has a flush for the main pot. Oh, it's a decent size side pot. It was showing it was only $30, but that is definitely more than $30. Yeah, there are 2 side pots. So a couple more chips coming Roach's way. But the main pot, the big pot, going to Fletcher with the queen high flush draw, and you can see that there was no low this hand. And a lot of players are betting on the come. They're betting, hoping the low comes out. And when the low does not come out, you see players rebuy it. So earlier we had 4 players rebuy after a hand. Now we're having 3 players rebuy.
Honestly, all the other hands that I was playing were way better than that one.
Yes, this is Big O. It's also known as Congress, all depending on where you play. So it's basically 5 card high-low. And the way AI is going, I do not disagree. But as of right now, there is no AI or computer solver that has solved 5-card high-low. There is 100% for sure a computer that has solved heads-up, no-limit hold'em. I believe the computer was built Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. And there was a lot of pros. They tried to beat it. So $10 under the gun strato from Sewura. Trucker will let his hand go. Commander Picks does the same. Gator making the call. Roach coming along, as is every hand Fran.
That's a play?
Oh, looks like Segura's raising here. Don't understand this raise because everybody's gonna call. It was $10. They have 10 in. It's 50 total, and everybody's gonna call here. He doesn't have the nut low. Doesn't have a nut flush draw either. He's just trying to make back his money, is what he's trying to do. So a lot of cards to keep up with, a lot of comments to keep up with as well. And the King Jack is going to be a straight. You can see 2 players, 3 players with the straight. Keep in mind there is still a possible low draw since there is at least 1 card 8 or below. Does anybody have diamonds as backup? It looks like Fletcher has diamonds as backup, but Sewura has better diamonds. He has the nut diamonds, the King High diamonds. And here comes the acting. Like, how much is it? I guess I'll just go all in. Oh, top set for Gator. So This is getting juicy. 3 players flopping the nuts. 2 of those players with a redraw. Does Roach have 2 spades? Roach doesn't have 2 spades, so he doesn't have a redraw. Fran flopping top 2 pair, but she is one in a spade. She has backup spades. So 3 players flopping the nuts. 1 player flopping top set. Another player flopping top 2 with a backdoor flush draw. 2 of the players flopping the nuts with a flush draw as well. So we got ourselves a $1,500 pot, and we still have a possible low if this next card is 8 or below. It is not, and every hand Fran hitting a full house, but it is no good. Gator going to be putting out a big bet here, and Fran only has $105 left. She's going to have to call it off. I mean, she likes her hand. It's queens full of aces. It's the second best hand. Since she has a queen in her hand, quads is impossible. So she has the second best hand right now. The only hand that beats her is aces, and Gator has that hand. The board is now paired. Let's see if Roach gets away from his hand, especially with no low possible. So no low for this hand. This is just a regular Omaha hand, but instead of 4 cards, the players are using 5 cards. And too much money in the middle, and we're going to have an over $2,000 pot again. The last pot was over $2,500. Let's see how big this pot gets to. So I think everybody's drawing dead because Roach having king queen. So Fran can't hit quads as Roach has the queen. King Jack of diamonds would have been a royal flush draw, but nobody has King Jack. Fletcher with the Jack of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. Cejudo with the King of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. Nice fold by Fletcher there. And everybody's drawn dead. There is no low. And the last huge pot, Gator went in with a 10s full. And this huge pot, this $2,000 pot, Gator's going to win this one as well with aces full. Nobody can improve their hand. Everybody's drawn dead. Gator is going to win. Gator showing the aces, pretty much dashing everybody's dreams. And that is the best possible hand. So another 2,000 plus pot going to Gator. So now we will see some more rebuys. So let us know in the comments what you think about Big O or Congress, depending on where you play. It's called either Congress or Big O, but it is essentially Omaha Hi-Lo, but with 5 cards. And we will have a dealer change. The dealer was actually playing on our stream on Wednesday. Went by Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry. Did not win on Wednesday, but he's going to win tonight because he's going to be dealing. Scary Jerry. His real name is Jeremiah. So Albert asking if people normally buy in for small amounts. The minimum buy-in for this game is 300. The minimum buy-in for this game is 300. I know a couple of players bought it for 500. A couple of players bought it for 1,000. But the minimum buy-in is 300. And from what I've seen, this game is very very volatile. As I said, it's kind of like a roller coaster. So a lot of these players kind of like to buy in for the 300 and try to spin it up. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But when you're able to just buy in for the minimum 300 and spin it up to 3,000, there we go. That's it. Does make bluffing harder with the shallow stacks, but Roach was able to get a bluff through early on. It's kind of surprised there. All right, Trucker with the jacks has the 5-3 for the low draw, so he wants an ace and a deuce on the flop. Roach with hearts. And everybody just making the call. So Fletcher actually thought that the raise was to 25, but when these players are rebuying, they are giving them green chips. It speeds things up for the dealers. All right, here we go. So Sawuda putting on a 3-bet here. Has the ace deuce, and the ace is suited with the 5 for spades, and then has the 5 deuce for some backup. And yes, this is a action game. So Omaha, you have so many possibilities with the 4 cards. Most people say so many possibilities to win, but you also have so many possibilities to lose. But in Hi-Lo with the 5 cards, it is even more true. So far, no low, but the nut low right now is 2-3. And Fletcher with the 2-3. He also has the ace-4. So huge flop for Fletcher here as he flops a full house with the redraw. And he's going to put out a pretty big bet here, $300 in the pot. Sawuda with the 2-5. The 2-5 for the low draw, but the 2-3 is better right now, assuming a 2 or a 3 doesn't come on the turn. And we're going to have a low, and Fletcher has the best low with the 2-3. And he's going to put Sawuda all in. Now, if a 2 or a 3 comes on the river, that's going to counterfeit Fletcher. If a 2 or a 3 comes on the river, he will no longer have the nut low. So Fletcher wants a big card here. And he's going to get that big card. So Fletcher is going to have nut. The nut low with the 2-3 and the nut high. Well, actually, the nut high was pocket aces, but he will have fours full for the high. You can see the fours full being highlighted right now. And for the low, he has 2-3. Sawuda had 2-5 for his low, but the 2-3 is the better low. So nut for Fletcher, getting the scoop. Yeah, so somebody, I'm not sure where Poker Wi-Fi Pickleball is from, but he's really liking this Big O game. And I do realize that it is not the most popular form of poker. No Limit Hold'em, the Cadillac of poker, is that. And most of the streams that you're going to find out there are going to focus on that. But it is always good for a change of pace. It is always good to learn a different game. And this is kind of a little crash course on Big O. It's also known as Congress. But it is 4-card. It is PLO Omaha Hi-Lo with 5 cards. Yeah, so he's from Dallas. I just got back from Dallas this weekend. Funny thing about Dallas, anybody that says they're from Dallas, and this might be the case for Poker Wi-Fi Pickleball, is they actually don't live in Dallas. They live in the Dallas area. So I was in the Dallas area this weekend, North Texas, staying at Highland Village, just north of Louisville. Found a nice Airbnb there, kind of between the WinStar and AT&T Stadium, closer to the stadium than the casino, but nevertheless, we hit up both this weekend. So we're actually in South Texas. We are 7 hours, well, depending on where you live in Dallas, depending on how fast you drive, but it's a 7-hour drive from Dallas, but it is a hour-and-a-half flight. So there is a direct flight from Dallas down to the Rio Grande Valley, the city of McAllen to be exact. So that airport code is going to be MFE, McAllen Miller International Airport. Direct flights, DFW on American Airlines. American Airlines flying direct. Or if you want to use the other airport in Dallas, Dallas Love, Southwest flying direct into the city of Harlingen. So direct flights available on American Airlines from the Dallas area and on Southwest from Dallas Love. That is correct. Highland Village is nice. It is just north of Louisville, but it is also close to Flower Mound. All right, so there is a possible low here, as there is 3 cards, 8 and below. The ace, deuce being the best low. You can see Roach with a set. Roach has 2 sets. He has a set of queens and a set of sevens. And he's going to get the win. Actually, Gator had a low with the ace-8, the emergency low. He had the emergency low.
Everybody doing okay? Francis, you okay? Everybody give me honest?
Real quick.
Yeah, I called it. He was raised inside the loop, but now lives in the Dallas area. But the whole DFW area, monster area. But I just kind of find it funny that when somebody says that they're from Dallas, that normally they don't live in Dallas. And here's a little fun fact. Not a lot of people believe this, but it is 100% true. The city of San Antonio is bigger than the city of Dallas. City of San Antonio has more people, more population than the city of Dallas. Once again, I'm talking city for city, within the city limits. I'm not talking about Dallas area, because Dallas area is huge. There's no arguing there. What I am saying is the city of San Antonio, Texas, is bigger than the city of Dallas population-wise. All right, we're going 6 ways to a flop here. 7 ways, excuse me. And a possible low draw. The ace-3 right now is the best low. Looks like every hand. Fran has the ace-3. Eric has the ace-3, but he has clubs to go with it. He also has a 4 for backup. Oh, straight flush draw for Trucker, but we can see the ace of clubs is out, so the 6 of clubs is possible for the straight flush, but the ace is not coming. We still do not officially have a low, but we do need another card, 8 or below for the low, and the board's pairing, so we still do not have a low, but Trucker is hitting trips. Trucker has trips now. Oh, Trucker has a full house, excuse me. And Trucker's going to wind up with quads, and there's going to be no low. the deuces are paired, so there is no low. Trucker will have the best hand with the quads. Quadzilla. Did he check? I think this action's from the turn. Yeah, the action's from the turn because if you look on the lower right-hand corner, the river is still not out. So that action is from the turn. Trucker did bet the river, and everybody folded, knowing that there was no low. Right, so once that deuce comes up, deuce of hearts, there it is, and there's the check mark for Trucker.
Top pair with a nut draw with a nut flush draw. Like that. You got only by $20.
So RGV Striker joining us in the chat. He says they call this game down here un desmadre. And I believe the translation for that is not PG rated. But I believe it is known as a cluster blank is essentially what it translates to. Un desmadre, it's kind of Spanish slang. So it's not gonna translate properly to English, but the best guess for me would be a cluster blank in English. Starts with an F.
We got 6 players to the flop.
So 6 ways we go. There is a possible low. There's also a possible flush. And looks like the player with 3 spades in his hand has the only flush draw. All right, so best low right now is going to be ace deuce. Commander picks with the ace deuce. And he's the only player with the ace deuce. Looks like he's going to lead. So now we have a flush draw on board 2 of the heart variety. Gator with a pretty big turn here. He has 2 pair with a flush draw. And Fletcher making the call here with, a straight. He has a straight, right? 3, 4, 5. So 7-4 is a straight. Surprised he didn't raise here with so many possibilities. Going 5 ways to the river, and it's going to be the deuce. So now the ace 4 is the nut low. Commander picks. Had the ace deuce, but he had backup. He had backup with the 4, so he still has the nut low. He also has the ace of spades. I actually like a pot-sized bet, and I think he agrees with me. So he has the nut low, and he has the ace of spades for a blocker for the nuts. So he has the naked ace. He also has a straight with the ace 4, and you can see Fletcher not liking that spade on the river, and he's going to let go of the better straight. How much chips does he have? Yeah, so pretty much the pot is too big for the jack-high flush to fold, but they're going to wind up chopping here as the ace 4 is the nut low. Trucker, not sure what he's thinking about. Yeah, he lets it go. And we will see a chop pot, jack-high, flush. Oh, no, he had nut. I didn't realize he had the 5 of spades. I thought it was the 5 of clubs. Yeah, but he has nut, the best possible high, the ace high flush, and the best possible low, the ace-4.
María. ¿No va a ir atrás? Va a ir atrás. Fighter. I'll be back.
So we do not have a seat open as they're gonna go get some money.
About the French UFC fighter.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty good.
$10 butter straddle actually starts in the
So let us know what you think of this 5-card high-low, big old Congress. It's always good to diversify and know more than one game. So a lot of people in the chat from the North Texas area. And this is the main channel that all Texas card houses stream on. There are 6 Texas card houses in the state of Texas, 2 in North Texas, 2 in East Texas, 1 in Central Texas, and 1 in South Texas. We are in South Texas tonight. Rio Grande Valley is the area down here. We are in the city of Edinburgh, just like Edinburgh, Scotland, but without the H. Closest airport is McAllen, which is 10 minutes away. As a matter of fact, I was just at the airport earlier today.
4 players.
Four ways we go to a flop. Possible low, as there is 2 cards, 8 and below. Roach flopping top pair with an open-ended straight draw, the 9 and the 8 open-ended. Every hand Fran with a set of 7s. Fletcher with top 2 pair. So every hand Fran going all in with her set of 7s. She does not have a low draw. Oh, Trucker going all in here with his ace deuce. And Roach has the decision. And Roach does not like to fold. Roach has told me many times if there wasn't a river, he would not play. And he loves beating people on the river. So still no low, although Trucker does have the best low draw with the ace deuce. He also has backdoor hearts. Fletcher with backdoor clubs. Actually, every hand Fran with the backdoor clubs. Nobody with backdoor spades. Yes, Fletcher with backdoor spades. So everybody with backdoor flush draws. Every hand Fran with the best hand right now with the set of 7s. But there's a pretty good chance this is going to be there. That there's going to be a low, as we need one more card 8 or below that does not pair the board for the low to come in.
All right, we're gonna start with these 2 hands first for the side. All right, no more entries.
All right, low still not possible. Backdoor flush draw. Fletcher's alive there. But the low does get there, and he does hit the backdoor flush draw. So Fletcher, backdoor flush draw, ace-7, ace-deuce for Trucker for the low. There is a side pot, so it is showing that Fletcher also wins something with the low with the ace-5. But the main pot for the low is ace-deuce. The main pot for the high, ace-7 of spades. So somebody asking us earlier how they can get on stream. The best way is through Poker Atlas. The best way is through Poker Atlas. Or you can also send us an email. You can send us an email. rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. Or Poker Atlas is the best way to get on the list. If you do not have access to Poker Atlas, then you can send us an email. We will be running the Trailblazer Series the week between Christmas and New Year. The Trailblazer Series is making a stop here in the Rio Grande Valley. Trailblazer Series last month was in Austin, TCH Social. And then this month it was in East Texas. It was in Spring. And next month it is going to be here in the Rio Grande Valley. Now keep in mind, this is going to be a double points stop. We do realize that the majority of the people live in the Texas Triangle, which is going to be San Antonio, Houston, and DFW. San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Texas Triangle. The majority of the people live within that area. So we are 3 hours south of that area, 3 hours south of San Antonio. But as I said, we do have a local airport in McAllen that has direct flights to Austin, direct flights to Dallas, direct flights to Houston. And if you prefer flying Southwest, the closest airport, McAllen, about 10 miles away. And Valley International Airport, which is Harlingen, they fly Southwest. And that's about half an hour away from here. So direct flights from Dallas on American Airlines, direct flights from Houston on United Airlines, and direct flights from Austin on Delta. Direct flights to St. Petersburg, Florida, round trip, which is why I was at the airport earlier. I booked a trip for January to St. Petersburg, so Tampa Bay area, for $42 round trip.
We got 4 players to the fly.
So possible low, as there is 2 cards 8 or below. Also possible flush. Oh, huge flop here for Sawuda. He flops middle set with a flush draw, with a straight draw. Huge flop. The only problem is Trucker has some of his outs. Oh, Eric also with a flush draw, but we see his flush draw isn't good. So 3 players with clubs. As a matter of fact, 4 players with clubs. Fletcher also with clubs. Everybody on a club draw. Fletcher cannot win because the 5 of clubs has been folded, so he cannot make a straight flush. To make a regular straight, I guess. So possible low, but it's not there yet. And all of these players have clubs. Trucker with the best clubs. Trucker with the best low draw as well with the ace deuce. Sawuda with the best hand right now with the set of 6s. Fletcher's also open-ended to go along with his top pair and flush draw. Once again, a flush draw is not good, and he cannot hit a straight flush because the 5 of clubs is out. Guess he could go runner, runner, queen, queen. There's 2 queens left, right?
Alrighty. We got 2 all day. We still have.
Still no low possible, but over $1,000 pot. Still no low possible, and he can go runner, runner, queen, queen to hit a boat. Fletcher with top 2 pair will check. Here comes the river, and there will be a low. Ace deuce, there will be a low. 9-10 is a straight. Does anybody have the 9-10? 5-6 is a straight. So Fletcher does not have a straight. So Eric also with the ace deuce. So Eric and Trucker are going to quarter. A lot going on here just because there's some side pots. But the main pot, both Eric and Trucker have the nut low. They're going to be getting quartered. And then for the main pot, the set of sixes. The set of sixes is the best high hand. Fletcher does win the side pot for the high with the queen jack. Let us know in the YouTube comments what you think about this 5-card high-low game. It does have different names. The most common name is Big O. And, of course, if you add an N to Big O, the letter N to Big O, you have bingo. And it sometimes feels like that's what you're playing with the 5 cards in your hand and the 5 cards on the board. Sometimes there's a high, sometimes there's not. It's also known as Congress in the Oklahoma area. I mentioned it earlier. I was just in Oklahoma this past weekend at the WinStar. I've seen Congress run at Choctaw before during either the WSOP circuit event or the WPT event. I have seen Congress run at that casino before. And I have seen it run during the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas every year. As a matter of fact, they do have 2 bracelet events now. They do have 2 Big O bracelet events. One of them a $10,000 buy-in, one of them a $1,500 buy-in. $10 button straddle from Fletcher, so action's going to be on Segura.
We have a $10.
Segura going to make the call. Trucker getting rid of his cards, as does Commander Picks. Gator, who's won 2 pots of over $2,000, he makes the call. So Segura hoping for an ace, as he does have deuce 5 in his hand. Hoping for an ace to show up on the board. Nobody with the ace deuce, but everybody with the ace 4.
We got 6 players.
And it's going to come 7-3-3. Roach flopping a full house, and Roach is on the button. So Roach is going to be putting in some chips here. There's only $60 in. Well, looks like Gator. Gator has a 3 as well, and he's going to be betting. Let's see if Roach raises. $40 bet. Roach making it 100. Trying to clear out any low draws. Fletcher does make the call. He has a straight flush draw, but the 6 of hearts just got folded, so he won't be able to hit that. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. Still no official low. And there it is. So ace deuce is the best low. Nobody has the ace deuce. Ace 4 the second best low. And Fletcher has the ace 4. Roach moving all in. I think he has too many chips. No, there was enough because there's $100 on the turn. So yeah, Roach is all in. Fletcher with the nut low here, gonna be calling. And Gator folds. No, Gator has his cards in his hand. I didn't think Gator was folding trips, and I was right. Now if an ace comes here, then Fletcher will no longer have the nut low. Gator drawn to a bigger full house needs a king or a queen to hit a bigger full house. Roach has the best full house right now between the hands showing. Oh, I just realized Roach had pocket sevens. I thought he had 7-3. So Gator hits a full house, but it is not a better full house because Roach had 7s full. I thought Roach had 7-3. Well, he did have 7-3. But it's going to be a chop pot between Fletcher and Roach. So we have 7s full for Roach for the high. It's being highlighted right there. And then an ace 4 for Fletcher for the low. Gator has 3s full of queens. Yeah, there's not always a low hand, but there's always a high hand. I think that's what I don't think I ever said that there's not always a high hand, but if I did, I obviously misspoke. But there's not always a low hand, there's always a high hand. That is correct. It does get a little hard to follow with the 5 cards, and then also with the possible low and then the possible counterfeit. As a matter of fact, that last hand I knew Roach had a full house. I thought it was 3s full of 7s because I looked at his hand and saw a 7 and a 3, but I didn't realize he had pocket 7s until the river came out. No straddle this hand, so action is on seat 5, Suura.
You're still working with the talent? Good.
So dealer letting him know no phones allowed. He will put it away. And we will continue on here as Trucker has the ace deuce. Has some hearts in his hand. Little surprised he's raising without the ace of hearts or ace of spades. He has a naked ace. Getting a call from Roach. Getting a call from Every Hand Fran. Getting a call from Eric. And we are going 6 ways to a flop. We do have a possible low as there's 1 card, 8 and below. But you could see a 10-8 is a straight. Nobody has the 10-8. Every Hand Fran does have a flush draw though. And the low is possible still. So Eric betting his pair and straight draw here, as he has a double gutter. King Queen needs a 10 or a king or a queen, since he has a 10 in his hand, or an 8. So Eric with the wrap. Little hard to figure out since the ace does count as both the high card and the low card. Right now, the 3 deuce is the best low possible, and that's what Roach has in his hand, but we still do not officially have a low. Every hand Fran with her flush draw. It's only an 8-high flush draw, but it's actually the best flush draw, as nobody has 2 spades in their hand. Will we have a low? No. The flush coming in for Fran, the straight coming in for Eric. Eric with the king 10 with the straight, Fran with the 8-6 of spades. And as I said, there is no low, so it looks like they're going to go, it's going to go check, check. I don't think every hand Fran's going to bet her 8-high flush draw. She's just going to show the 8-high flush draw to take down the $315 pot. So every hand Fran taking the pot, as we are getting ready to see hand number 20. We are an hour and a half into tonight's stream. Any high-low game is just going to play slower, just because it takes the dealer extra time to read the hands, and then it takes the dealer extra time to chop the pots, and sometimes the pots are also quartered as well, so it does take a little bit longer to take care of the pots. So it is a bit of a slower game in regards to the number of hands you see, but the hands that you do see are normally going to involve big pots. Fold coming from Trucker. Commander picks, squeezing his cards. And he does have an ace deuce, so he's going to be raising it. Also has the backup with the 3. Has clubs and diamonds. So pretty good hand for Commander picks. Eric also with the ace deuce. No backup though. Well, he does have emergency low, the ace 8. Oh, Fletcher with the aces. With the small raise here. Although I think he potted it, right? So it was $20 from Eric. You multiply that by 3, and then the $20 from Commander picks. But there were blinds, so I think potting it would have been about 100. So Eric's going all in. His ace is not suited, but he does have the ace deuce for the nut low draw. You can see all 3 players have the ace deuce, and the Commander picks has backup with the ace 3. Fletcher has backup with the ace 4. And Eric does have backup with the ace 8, but it is not great backup. He has the Keystone Cops as his backup. So Fletcher going all in here. Oh, it's actually a 4-bet. It's going to be about half of Commander's pick stack. And he does have the suited ace. He does have the nut low and the backup. 5's coming on the flop for sure, right? Nobody has a 5 in their hand. 5 coming for sure. There will be a side pot between Fletcher and Commander picks. Fletcher looking for spades. Commander picks looking for clubs. And Eric looking for hearts. All of them with the ace deuce for the nut low draw, assuming an ace or a deuce doesn't come. An ace is not coming. There's only one deuce left. Although the deuce might have been between the other players. Whoop. Oh, that was a seat card. That's what that was. So there's the 5 that I promised. And Eric picking up a flush draw and a straight draw. Fletcher going all in with the aces, trying to put pressure here. The pot might be too big for Commander Picks to fold. He does have backdoor diamonds. He does have a pair of jacks, and he's going with it. Here we go, our third $2,000 pot of the night. So 3 out of the 20 hands have bid over $2,000. And keep in mind, the minimum buy-in is only $300. The minimum buy-in is only $300, so it's not like a lot of these players are super deep. So we need another card, 8 or below, that doesn't pair the board for the possible low to come in. Dealer making sure that the side pot is correct, and here we go. Low is alive, diamonds are alive, and we will have a low, the ace deuce. So they're going to get thirded, and the jack 4 is going to be good enough for, no, the 9-8 of hearts. The 9-8 of hearts is going to be good for the high on the main pot. The side pot, the 3 deuce. The 3 deuce is going to be good for the side pot on the high. Side pot, that's going to be a straight. So Eric's going to win half of the main pot with the flush. Commander Picks is going to win the high for the side pot. And all 3 players have the same low. So they're going to get a third of half the pot. They're going to get 6. They're going to get 1/6 of the low.
What's his low? They all have the same low.
So as the dealer takes care of all these side pots, and keep in mind, all 3 of them have the same low, so they're going to get 6. They're going to get 1/6 of the pot, and then half of the pot. Half of the main pot going to go to Eric with the flush. Half of the side pot going to go to Commander's Picks with the straight.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget about the Trailblazer Series. As I said, there is a stop for the Trailblazer Series next month here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. And since we do realize that some people are going to be traveling into this series, there is some extra incentive for players in the Trailblazer Series. There is a $50K free roll for the top 50 points earners. There have been 2 events, one in Austin, one in spring. The 3rd event will be here. This event will be double points. Double points. So if you know anybody that's like in the top 10 or top 20 of the Trailblazer Series, make sure you let them know, because if they finish first overall, they're going to win a brand new car. And they're also going to be entered into the 50K free roll. So double points at this stop here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, for the car and for the free roll. Also the player who enters the most, whoever fires the most bullets down here, will get a automatic seat into the free roll. So an automatic seat into the free roll will go to the player who fires the most entries at the Trailblazer stop here in the Rio Grande Valley. So not only is it double points, it's also an automatic seat into the 50K free roll for the player who enters the most. So 3 players in the green. Gator up over 3,000. Commander picks up about 900, and Fletcher up 240. Everybody else in the red basically have 3 players down $1,000.
Bring my calculator. You can't see what I'm saying. You're not. If you didn't get paid right, you got paid right. Yeah. We're just saying, is it 3/8 or 2/8? Oh, okay. I'm saying no, it's fifths. You broke it in fifths. All right, everybody, we have a $25 button. If you would have went action starts on this moment. Yeah, we could have got into the 8.
That would have been more. No, Eric, can you scan? Sure, I'm sorry.
So get an Eric to rescan his cards, as there is a $25 button straddle. Trucker will make the call. Trucker with the ace deuce has some spades, 9 high. Commander picks, making the call with the 2-3, hoping an ace comes out on the flop. We can see there is 1 ace left. Roach raising it up with the aces here. Does have one of the aces suited in spades. So an ace is not showing up on the flop. So the ace deuce will be the nut low. There is 1 deuce left, which will then make the ace 3 the nut low. Eric with kings coming along. Fletcher also coming along. Fletcher has diamonds and clubs. His diamonds are no good, as Gator has ace high diamonds. 5-5-5 in the pot, and it's going to come queen 6-6. Gator with a 6, flopping trips. $555 in the pot. Gator has 3 6s. Roach with ace queen, 2 pair. We do have a possible low if 2 more cards show up that are 8 and below, but Roach is going with the aces here. That's going to clear out Eric and Fletcher. That is not going to clear out Gator, as Gator has 3 6s. So Roach cannot hit an ace. They have been folded, and it looks like the queens have been folded as well. So Roach is drawn to, not drawn to a low. Roach is going to need a straight. Roach is going to need a jack, a king or a jack on the turn. King, jack, or spade on the turn. King, jack, or spade on the turn to be live. King, jack, or spade on the turn. He might be live with the 10. No. So no low, and it's going to be a trip 6s for Gator. So Gator with a ton of green chips, and he will add over 1,000 to his stack. So we do have the free roll going on right now. Normally we get about 50 entries for this tournament. $2,000 prize pool. The only requirement is you must be a current member of the Texas Card House. Daily memberships available for $10. Monthly memberships available for $30. And yearly memberships available for $300. So I said we normally get 50, and we got 47 entries into the tournament, building a prize pool of almost $2,500. $2,500 seems to be the magic number today, as we've had a couple of pots bigger than 2,500. Well, this prize pool just under $2,490 prize pool. First place of tonight's free roll going to be taking home $1,000. $1,000 first place. 15 players left in tonight's free roll. First place getting $1,000. The min cash will be $140. Top 5 get paid in the free roll. Something for everybody here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Got the free roll going on, and we got this crazy game. Big O. 5-card PLO Hi-Lo. Looks like we're going 5 ways to a flop. $105 in the middle. And it's going to come king high with 2 spades. There is 1 card, 8 or below. A set of 4s for roaches. Sawuda with spades. They're only 9 high. And we do have the low draw is still live, as Roach is still in front with his set. But a big turn for Sawuda as he now turns a open-ended straight draw to go with his flush draw. He has a low. It's not a good low. It's a 6-deuce low. The ace-deuce, the best low. Gator has that.
Hey, that's what I drink. I don't drink nothing else. I know, but
Looks like Sawuda's going to bet. Actually, Roach put in a $30 bet. Real small bet here from Roach. A lot of times you do not want bottom set in Omaha, so I think Roach bet in a small amount here. He felt like he had to bet since he had a set. Gator calling with the nut low here, looking for a card less than a 7, greater than an ace. And it is an ace, so the 2-3 is the best low. Looks like Roach has a 2-4. No, that doesn't work. So then a 2-5. Does anybody have 2-5? So it is showing a king, but we can see it is the ace of hearts. See, it's the ace of hearts. So the 2-3 is the nut low. Nobody has the nut low. Roach does not have a full house. That is an ace of hearts on the river. Gator with a small bet as Gator hit a straight. So Gator hit a straight with the queen jack. And does anybody have an emergency low? Roach has an emergency low. Roach has a 7-deuce emergency low. Gator has the deuce paired up, has the ace paired up. So the 7-deuce emergency low. 7-deuce emergency low for Roach. It's showing Trucker won the hand, but keep in mind that is an ace on the river. Trucker did not win the hand. That is an ace on the river. So the graphics are not going to be able to read right, but the queen jack is going to read for Gator, and the 7-deuce, Roach is going to get the low with the 7-deuce. It's an ace of hearts on the river, so Gator does not have a low because his ace paired up. His ace paired up, his 8 paid up. So the dealer does read the cards properly, and he will chop the pot. The 7-deuce low for Roach, and the straight with the queen jack for Gator.
What?
Welcome to the chat, Rebel Poker, and yes, this is 5 cards, not 2 cards, 5 cards. If you've ever wondered about high-low, exactly how it works or what it is, stick around, as this is PLO Hi-Lo, 5 cards. Some places call it Big O, some places call it Congress. A Gator needs to put out his big blind. Dealer letting him know. As we're getting ready to have a dealer change about 2 hours into tonight's stream. Roach making the fold. Fran calling with the 3 deuce, hoping an ace shows up on the flop. Fletcher makes the call with the suited king. Small raise here, $15 raise. Looks like everybody's going to call the raise here. And we're going to be going 6 ways to a flop. All the aces are gone. And there's going to be no low this hand, only a high. And you can see Trucker with the ace-high flush draw. Does anybody have Queen Jack? Yes, Sawuda has Queen Jack, and he has a flush draw to go with it. So he's going to bet 35. Trucker should be looking him up. And does. Gator getting out of the way. Every hand, Fran, not this time. And we're probably going to be going heads up as Fletcher. Oh, Fletcher has top 2 pairs, so Fletcher's not folding here. Fletcher's going to call 35. Do it. Do it. There's the call. So Fletcher looking for the board to pair. Trucker looking for a heart. And Sawuda looking for everything else. And now he should probably be betting pot here with his Queen Jack. Let's see if he does. And he does. Looks like he's betting 200, but it is 190. The dealer letting him know that it is 190. So there is no possible low. There will just be a high this hand. Oh, Fletcher. Does Fletcher have 3 pair? No, Fletcher still has the 2 pair. So Fletcher hoping the board pairs. We can see a king is in another player's hand. Oh, but the king still comes. So Fletcher hitting the full house. And he's going to put his opponent all in. And he's going to see the bad news. So the last king coming on the river. So we do have a full service bar here at the Texas Card House. And nice to come unwind, especially on the weekend. So I think we're going to have one more hand from Jeremiah. Played the stream on Wednesday, went by Scary Jerry. But we're about 2 hours into tonight's stream. These dealers do change out every hour on the stream table. The normal push is every half hour, every 30 minutes, but on the stream table, the dealers will deal 2 downs each, 1 hour on, 1 hour off, and we have a button straddle.
We have a $10 button straddle. Actually starts
It's going to be 10 to go for Gator. And I mentioned this earlier, it does take a little bit longer to play, especially the 5-card high-low, because it takes longer to deal, and it takes longer to read the cards, chop the pots. There's a lot of extra work involved here. But as I said, if you like roller coasters, you will like this game. Roller coaster. Oh, Gator not it is seed and had a pretty playable hand there. I mean, the ace wasn't suited, but the other cards looking pretty good. And yes, indeed, we will have a dealer change after this hand. I believe Enrique started us off, so he will come back for the third hour or second hour. Everybody making the call. Labels out.
We got 6 players.
All right, 6 ways we go. Cheers. And it's going to come 10-4-4. Does nobody have a 4 in their hand? Nobody has a 4 in their hand. We have, what is it, 6 times 5? We have 30 cards and nobody has a 4? Am I not seeing something right? No, nobody has a 4. That's crazy. And we will have no low. The no low this hand just high. Fletcher picking up spades. Straight draw for Commander picks. And the ace king, which nobody has. The ace king gets there. Nobody has ace king. What's the best hand here? Kings and 4s? No, somebody has to have a straight, right? Somebody has to have 8-9. King 9. There's the king 9. Roach has king 9. Commander picks with king 9 as well. And it's going to be a chop pot between Roach and Commander picks. Everybody surprised nobody has a 4 in their hand. All right, so they will chop the pot, and we will have a dealer change. And we will remind you of the Trailblazer Series.
Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
So if you're a tournament grinder or know a tournament grinder, make sure you let them know about the Trailblazer Series, making a stop here in South Texas. Double points, so they can move up the leaderboard for that brand new Chevy Trailblazer, or they can qualify for the 50K free roll. Double points here at the Texas Card House, and we do have a double straddle dealer change coming in. So it is a 5-5. Small blind is out, big blind is out. $10 under the gun button straddle, and then the double straddle coming from Fletcher. 20. Un veinton, primo. So we are playing 8-handed, as that is the most we can play. So back in the poker boom, I remember I used to actually play 11-handed. Just regular hold'em, 11-handed. Technically the most players at a table is 22 in hold'em. Every card will get dealt out if 22 players are at the table. I have heard of places back in the day that actually played 12-handed, but I can confirm I played 11-handed. Back in the poker boom like 20 years ago. So Gator making the call with his big cards. He has no possible low. He needs 2 cards in his hand that are 8 and below. He only has 1 card, but he pretty much has a straight in his hand. King, queen, jack 10, 2 diamonds. And it's going to be 2 clubs. So Eric with the club draw also has a pair of 8s. Every hand Fran with her 2-3. She has the nut low draw. Oh, so we already have a low. The low's already set, or not set. The low's already made. The 2-3 is the best possible low right now. There's 3 cards, 8 and below. So Fran with the 2-3 has the best possible low. And Fletcher has 2 pair for the high. Fran also has a straight draw. She needs a 7 or a 4 or a, yeah, she has a wrap as well. So a lot working for Fran here, but she's not going to hit it. And it is Fletcher who's going to hit the high. So it's going to be a chop pot. 2-3 for chop for the low, and Fletcher with the ace-8. So they will get it chopped up. Don't forget about 2-for-1 time here every Tuesday at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. $100 is the max you can buy, but it is 2-for-1 time. Normally it is $12 an hour to play. Of course, if you do the 2-for-1 time, it's basically BOGO, buy one, get one free. $15 button straddle. Also, we do have the Thanks for Giving. Donate 2 food items and receive 2 hours for $20. So I do know basically all of the Texas card houses across the state of Texas are doing this promo for Thanksgiving. So this is the one here in the Rio Grande Valley, but as I said, I do know for sure that Dallas is doing the same promo.
Drinking bourbon or with
There's Dallas, the North Texas Food Bank.
bourbon or with
And I believe this is Houston. No, this is also Dallas. So you get 4 for 44 in Dallas.
Johnny Walker?
There's a $15 button straddle from Roach.
Si son business del billete, síguele.
Fran calling with the ace-3-5, also has diamonds. Tewodo raising it up with the ace-deuce, the suited ace, and the pocket 8s. Gator also with the suited ace. Going to be coming along. Has clubs as well. Has the ace-3. Don't see anybody with the ace-deuce. And all the aces are out. Yes, I'm sorry. Somebody does have the ace-deuce. Roach with clubs and diamonds makes the call. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. 6 in the hand, excuse me. And it's going to come king high. Still a possible low, but the next 2 cards that show up have to be 8 or below. Looks like it's going to go check around here. So the low still live as spades come on the turn. And Sawuda with spades also has a 6 and pocket 8s. And might go check around again here. Gator with a 10. Oh, so actually it didn't go check around. It's going to be a $100 bet here. As your initial raiser, picking up spades. He did pair his 6, he did pair his deuce. So So the ace-8 right now is his low. It is not the best low. It is the worst low since it contains an 8. Every hand Fran going to be making the call here with her ace-3. Ace-3, the best low. And Fletcher calling with his spades. His spades are no good. He does have open-ender. Oh, he's going to get there with the spades. So best possible low is the ace-3. So Fran has the ace-3 for the best low. Segura with the ace-8 for the best high. And he might be putting in a raise here. He does have the nuts. Oh, he only has 130. Yeah, so he's going to put in $5 more. He's going to put in $5 more, and Fletcher's going to get chopped up. That flush is no good. That straight is no good. So Fletcher getting chopped up as Fran will take the low with the ace-3, and Segura will take the high with the ace-8. High hand still going on, and they are good for this Sunday night game. It's going to be the Eagles at the Rams from SoFi Stadium. And keep in mind, we do have rollovers. So those numbers are wrong. They're all wrong. Those numbers are all wrong. The first quarter for Sunday night's game, paying $1,000. The second quarter paying $750. The third quarter paying $500, and the final score paying $1,500. So over $3,000 for the squares this Sunday night here at the Texas Card House. Get your football square by hitting a high hand. Doesn't look like we have a straddle this hand. So making sure the cards get scanned properly. It's going to be King, Queen, Jack, 5 deuce. 5 deuce, an okay low, an ace deuce, the best low. And there's the ace deuce, every hand Fran. Fletcher with 2 pair, 9s and 8s. And he's going to raise it to 25. He does barely have a low with the 8-3. And it looks like everybody's calling. So Fletcher making this play out of the big blind. Building a pot out of position. And Fletcher leading. Very interesting line by Fletcher here. There is a possible low as there's 2 cards 8 and below. So Fran has 3 of those cards in her hand, the ace, the deuce, and the 5. Still don't have a low, but Fletcher hits a set. Now 10-8 does make a straight, but he does have 2 8s in his hand to block that straight. Hearts coming on the turn. Commander picks with those hearts. Oh, Fletcher betting pot here. So Fletcher pretty much raising with a non-premium hand, betting the flop when he missed the flop, and now he turns second set with the nines, and he has put out a pot-sized bet. Commander Picks does have the nut low, and the nut high draw. Has the ace deuce for the nut low and the ace 10 of hearts for the nut high draw. Really giving this some thought. Still has 2 players left to act behind him, but he is going to make the call. Roach going with it, and this might price in every hand Fran with her ace deuce. No, she makes the fold. Thinking somebody has the same low, and she's right. No low. King 10 is the best high, but nobody has the high. So it is the set of nines for Fletcher. And looks like he's going all in. So Fletcher playing this hand from the get-go, very aggressive. And it's going to work out for him as nobody has a hand. Well, Roach only has $75 left, so I think Roach has to just call it off. Not happy about it, but no, okay. He actually had more than $75 left. So Fletcher with the win, almost a $2,000 pot. So both Gator and Fletcher up over $1,000. Gator up almost $4,000. Fletcher up $1,300. And Commander Picks up about $500. Everybody else in the red. Roach is the reddest. No straddles this hand. Action is going to be on the player they call Trucker. Used to drive semi-trucks, no longer drives semi-trucks, but still has the Trucker nickname. Don't think Trucker's calling with this hand. Commander Picks looks like he's going to be raising. So he has 4 spades, 1 club, but he does have the ace deuce. He wanted to make it 25, but the most he could make it was 20, since this is PLO. But Roach is going to raise it for him with the diamonds. I think Roach wants to play a big pot, and Roach is going to get his wish as Fletcher is coming along. Fletcher with the ace-king as well. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. Fletcher's in this hand as well. Pretty sure I saw him card. Yes, Fletcher is in this hand. It's going to come Jack 9. So open, well, actually a wrap for Roach. So Roach flopping a wrap. Fletcher checking. I remember he had ace-king in his hand. I don't know what else he had in his hand. There it is. Ace-king, 6, 4, 3. So we do have a possible low if 2 more small cards come. Okay, the low is out the window, and the king-queen is the best hand right now. And we have 2 players with the king-queen. Fletcher picking up a flush draw and needs a queen of his own to make 2 pair. Roach hits his straight, but it is not the nut straight. Roach with the 7-8 has a straight, but it is the sucker straight. Commander Pick's going to be raising it up, trying to fold out any flush draws. And he'll actually be free rolling Sawuda here, as he can make a higher straight. With a king or a queen, he'll make a higher straight. So he's looking for a king or a queen to make a higher straight. Nobody has clubs, but he does have a higher straight draw, king or a queen. And they're going to wind up with the same straight, the king-queen. We do realize a lot of times people on the TCH live stream used to tuning in for the hold'em. But tonight we are running 5 cards. So instead of 2-card high, we're going 5-card high-low. Lot of different possibilities. I think Roach is going to get a tableside massage here. Looks like he's pulling off his coat, his jacket. Tableside massage is available, $1 a minute. $10 under the gun straddle coming from Commander Picks. Action's going to be on Gator. So the last hand did not reset. There we go. It's getting reset now. And once that clears up, we'll see Gator's cards. Okay, that is cleared up. And let's see what Gator has. Gator's got a lot of chips. That's what Gator has. So Commander Picks is the straddle. Gator action. Checking it out. Likes it enough to call. Does have a suited ace. Also has clubs. Ace-4 is his low draw right now. Roach making the call with the middle cards. Normally in a high-low, not good to call with the middle cards because your straights are usually not going to be good when you have these middle cards. Zawuda making the raise, and Roach kind of shrugging his shoulders and saying, "Why did I call the 10?" He's just gonna keep digging a hole here. Looks like everybody calling the $80 raise, so we're going 7 ways to a flop. Should be 560, right? There, 565.
Come on, Roach, you can do it.
And Roach hitting the 7. 774, but Gator has pocket 4s. So Gator with the pocket 4s, Roach with the trips, and there is a possible low draw. Let's see if Gator check raises here to clear out any low draws. Does Gator have a low draw? Gator has an ace-6 for the low draw right now. And Roach, let's see what Roach has. Roach has a 6-3 for the low draw. Fletcher coming along here with a flush draw. Normally not a good idea to chase flush draws on a paired board when you play Omaha. Gator should be putting in a raise here, especially with all of these players calling. He should say pot once he gets to him. I don't know if he is. Let's see if he says pot. He basically can't improve his hand. He knows somebody has a 7 here, and he knows other players are going for the low. And here we go. How many chips is he going to grab? Yeah, so Gator announcing raise. Gator asking how much the pot is. He's raising to 400. I like the raise. I don't like the size. Fletcher can hit a king or a 10 to make a better full house. Roach has the 7. He's never folded in his hand, but he can hit a 9, a 6, or a 3 to make a better full house than Gator. Looks like Fletcher knows that his flush draw is not good here. And he does make the fold. Let's see if Commander Picks does the same. So Gator has the ace 6 for the low draw, and Roach has the 6-3 for the low draw. So Gator with the best low draw right here too. Has the best high hand, has the best low draw between him and Roach. Commander Picks with the best low draw of the players currently in the hand, and he's thinking about calling another. It's less than 300. No, it's more than 300. It's 360. Like I said, I do like the raise from Gator. I don't like the sizing. Commander Picks really thinking about this, but I think the price is too good. I do not blame him for this call. So if a high card comes here, Gator needs to get rid of Commander Picks. If a high card comes here.
You guys go ahead and take care of that, but don't get it much.
Oh, and Roach hitting a bigger full house. And that was actually the case 9. Here we go. Gator going all in, as he should. But Roach hitting the bigger full house. 7s full of 9s. I do not know if there's another 4 left in the deck for Gator. But he does have the best low draw right now. But it is still a draw, as there needs to be a card lower. An 8 or lower. Commander Picks really thinking about this. But it's for all his chips. And I do not see him risking all his chips here for a low draw. And he does fold. River coming a queen. So it's going to be a chop pot. No, wait, there is no low. There is no low. So Roach is going to win the main pot. Gator's going to win the side pot. Roach will show the 9-7. And as I said, I saw Roach taking off his jacket as he was the biggest player in the red, getting a little stressed. So, calls one of the masseuses. Lady Luck on his side now as he hits a bigger full house on the turn to scoop the pot. Gator losing that pot, but he's still up almost $4,000. So 10 button straddle action's going to be on the former trucker. Having bottom boat in Omaha, as Gator did there with the 7-7-4 flop with the pocket fours, is basically having like bottom 2 pair in hold'em. It's a good hand, but it is very vulnerable, especially in Big O, because there's so many other cards that the player with the trips can hit to make a full house. And you see Roach hit a 9. to make a bigger full house. All right, Eric going all in. He does have the ace deuce for the nut low, and he has queens in his hand that are suited. I'm sure Eric will be taking part of the Trailblazer series when it makes a stop down here, the week between Christmas and New Year. When Eric's not playing Big O, he's playing tournaments. So Eric hoping to get heads up with his hand, and he might get his wish here as Roach is making the call, also has the ace deuce. And he's in bad shape against Eric's hand. Is this going to bring every hand friend in? No, it's not. But his 6 is dominated. His ace is dominated. He does have spades. And he does have a better low if a deuce comes. All right, Eric has diamonds. Like I said, Roach is in pretty bad shape. So Eric going to be moving all in here. Roach obviously calling with any 2 cards. He's got a 7. Yeah, Roach has to call. So Roach can still hit a 7, a deuce. Showing you just has 1 out. The ace queen for Eric's the bigger straight. And Eric's going to scoop this pot. Ace queen, scooper. That's actually wrong. It's the jack, the jack. Oh, he hit diamonds. That is right. I'm sorry. He turned a straight, river to flush. Looks like 2 players away from their seats right now. You are not allowed to be on your phone. There's no electronics allowed in the stream room, so no headphones, no tablets, no phones. So a lot of times when these players get up, they are checking their phone between hands, or sometimes they're on a smoke break, restroom break, or as they say in Canada, washroom. Looks like we have a $10 under the gun straddle coming from Roach. Action on every hand, Fran. And she's going to be making the call. Eric, who just doubled up last hand, taking a look at his cards, will also make the call. Fletcher, ace king 995, does have diamonds, king high. 2-3-4 for Sewuda, hoping for a ace on the flop. And he's actually raising it. He has been the most aggressive player pre-flop by far. We're going 7 ways to a flop, and it's going to come 10 high, 2 low cards. The 7 and the 5. Fletcher with the ace high flush draw. Somebody had pocket 7s. There it is. Roach is the one that had pocket 7s. Then on top of that, he has the 10 as a blocker to block any of the set of 10s. So he should feel pretty comfortable with his hand here. Fletcher does not have a low draw because his 5 paired up. So you need 2 cards in your hand that are 8 and below that are not paired up, and his 5 is paired up. So Fletcher does not have a low draw. Let's see if Roach has a low draw. Roach does not have a low draw either. Oh, Roach flopping middle set, flopping top pair, flopping bottom pair. Little surprised he's just calling here, as there is a flush draw out there and there is a low draw out there. Fran is going for the low. Fran is going for the straight, and the low draw gets there 2-3. Fran does not have 2-3. She has 2-4. And Fletcher hitting the ace, going to continue on with his aggression, but Roach is not folding. Fran is not folding either. She has the second nut low. There's over $1,300 in the pot. She has $300 in her stack, so she is coming along. And Fletcher's going to need a spade. Fletcher's going to need a spade or an ace. An ace gives him a bigger full house. A spade gives him a flush. Fran still drawn to a low. Fran can hit an 8. Fran can hit a 3. So Fran has her own flush draw, but it is not good. Her straight draw is, though, and her low draw is playing right now. Her low draw is the best low draw, and she has a deuce, a 4, and a 6. So she does have backup outs just in case if one of her cards gets paired. She's got backup in her hand. To the river we go. Our third or fourth $2,000 pot of the night. Oh, and Fletcher's going to get there with the flush. So Fletcher going to hit the flush. Fran going to hit the low. I was about to say a card not reading correctly there. There it is. So Fran hitting the low. Yeah, so it was the king of spades. I believe the system thought it was a 6. So when it flashed up wrong. Yeah, so that is the side pot. Fletcher scooping the side pot, as neither him nor Roach had a low. All of Roach's cards were paired up, and both of Fletcher's cards were paired up as well. So they had a possibility for a low before the flop, but once their cards paired up, they no longer qualified for the low. The dealer will chop up the pot. And don't forget about our $20 tournament on Sunday. Every Sunday at 4 p.m., 20K starting stack, 20-minute levels, $20 buy-in, $20 rebuys. Hey, if you get here early, you also get $5,000 in early bird bonus.
If it doesn't hit the space or a straight
So Roach will be rebuying. And Commander Picks will put out a straddle. Looks like 15. We'll wait for the dealer to confirm the amount. So Roach already given his money to the chip runner. So we should be good to go. Yeah, so they're just cleaning up the last hand because the system thought it was a 6 on the river, and the dealer let him know it was a king of spades on the river. That way all the pots to get awarded, the amount of chips that the players has is correct. So production crew having him pause as they re-enter the last hand. That way all the chip stacks are correct. I believe it is a $15 straddle. Have not heard him announce it, and there it is. He announced it. So as I said, the action always starts to the left of the straddle here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a missed deal. So if you saw, yeah, it's the second one. Yeah. There we go. So every hand Fran actually noticed that, letting the dealer know at the table that Commander Pick's grabbing the wrong card, but they got it corrected. So action's going to be on Gator. He makes the call. Roach making the call as well. Every hand Fran coming along. Eric is making the call. Let's see if we have a family pot here for $15. Trucker. Yeah, so Trucker making the call. Yeah, we have a family pot. So it'll be 120. So $120. And there's 8 hands involved, so 8 hands do not fit on the screen. So once the action is on the player, it's going to be on Gator first. And we do have a possible low, and we do have a possible straight. So 3-4 is what you want to have. And Gator has the 3-4. No diamonds. Fletcher does have diamonds. Gator saying pot. Has the nuts. Knows he cannot improve his hand. He doesn't have diamonds. He doesn't have a set or anything like that. So he cannot improve his hand. Roach is calling with his diamonds, and Roach has 2 pair as well. Fletcher also coming along with his diamonds, but Fletcher has a set. So Roach is in bad shape here, as his flush draw is no good, and he can only hit a 6 for a better full house. Trucker also coming along. Trucker with the ace-3. So that's the nut low right now. The ace-3 is the nut low. And he has pocket 3s in his hand, so he knows the chances of somebody else having the ace-3 are slim. And there's the 4. The ace-3 still the best low. But now the best high is going to be 7-8. Roach does have a 7 in his hand, but does not have a 3. So Roach is open-ended now. Has the flush draw, has the 2 pair. So a lot working for Roach. Flush draw, 2 pair, open-ended straight draw. $250 bet coming from Gator. Let's see if this prices in Fletcher. No, Fletcher's going to let it go, as he did not have a low. His 5s were paired up and his deuce was paired up. So no low for Fletcher. Trucker going to be making the call here with the nut low, the ace-3. And Roach is going to need a diamond, an 8, or a 3. So a diamond, an 8, or a 3. I believe there's 1 3 left, as Trucker has 2 in his hand. Gator has another. And there's 3 8s left, as Gator has 1 8. So Roach needed a diamond, an 8, or a 3 to win the high. The 3 will counterfeit Trucker, but he'll have the ace-7 as the emergency low. Oh, and there's the full house, but nobody has the full house. Oh, Trucker actually has 7-3 for a bigger straight. Yeah, so Trucker go all in with the best straight. This is a scoop, I believe. So the 7-3, the 7-3, and the ace-3 for the low. Yeah, there's a side pot, which is why it's showing Gator has the high. And that's what they're figuring out between Gator and Roach. But Trucker's going to show the 7-3 for the bigger straight and the ace-3 for the nut low. You are correct. That is a scoop. And we actually have an extra moderator. So Cooper helping me out tonight, and it is hard to keep track of everything, so I do appreciate the help, Cooper. Cooper helping out in the chat tonight. He did see the 7-3 straight before I saw it. And it is, a lot of times it's hard to see just because there's so many different cards. There's 5. Each player has 5 cards. There's 5 cards on the board, and it is hard to see, but I do appreciate the help in the chat. And then on top of that, I have played this game before, but I am nowhere near a quote-unquote expert, so it is real hard to keep up with all the action. $15 straddle coming from Gator. Fletcher up 1,500. Trucker getting in the green with that win. And Commander squeaking out a $20 win. Everybody else in the red. Roach with no low cards. Doesn't have an ace, doesn't have a deuce, doesn't have a 3. But he says it doesn't matter. Small raise here. It is a nice hand from Suwuda, but it is a small raise. It was a $15 straddle. And you can see everybody's going to be calling the straddle. He's got ace 3-4. Doesn't have the deuce for the nut low draw. Commander Picks has the ace deuce. And there's the ace deuce. So now 3-4 is the best low draw. But keep in mind, the low is not officially there yet. We still need another card, 8 or below, that doesn't pair the board for the low to come in. Fletcher betting his flush draw. It's only a 7 high flush draw. Roach with a 9 high flush draw. Roach also has a straight draw with the queen jack, but he's going to let his hand go. Every hand Fran needs a queen for a straight. Doesn't have much more, so she'll let it go. And it looks like we're going to go 3 ways to a turn. And the 3-4 is the best low possible. Both Fletcher and Suwuda with the 3-4. Who has a high? Suwuda has a high. He has top. He has 2 pair. What does Gator have? Gator has a straight draw. Did that turn give him more outs? Yeah, that turn gave him more outs because he has 7-9, so he needs an 8. But Fletcher with the low draw. He's actually getting quartered right now. So Suwuda with the same low, but actually has a high to go with it. Fletcher's going to be needing... Oh, Gator making the call here. So we're going to have a side pot here. The 2 players with the 3-4 have the best low right now. Gator turning an open-ended straight draw. Actually, Gator turning a wrap. Gator turning a wrap. Needs a 4 for a straight. Needs a 7. Does a 7 work? No, needs an 8. No. 9-7. 9-7. So 6 works, a jack works, a 4 works. And it is a king. So Gator's going to miss, and Fletcher's going to get quartered. So Fletcher is getting quartered, as Segura will get the high with the ace-8 and get the low with 3-4. Fletcher has the same low. There is a side pot. And does Gator have a pair? Gator has 5 cards, but I don't think Gator has a pair. And Gator can't believe he's getting scooped on the side pot. So he jumps out of his seat. Can't believe he gets scooped on the side. But Fletcher is getting quartered. Two for one time every Tuesday here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Can't make it on a Tuesday? Well, you can bring 2 non-perishable food items for a discount. Donate 2 items, receive 2 hours for $20. The dealer taking care of the pot. As I said, Fletcher did get quartered. The quarter pounder. So we still have an hour left in tonight's stream. These players started a little bit past 7 o'clock Texas time, Central Time. These players started playing at 7:04 Texas Central Standard Time, PM. So with the 15-minute delay, that takes us to 7:19. So we started showing their hands at 7:19, and 7 plus the 4 hours will take us to just past 11:15 Texas time. So just have just over an hour left in tonight's stream. As soon as this dealer gets pushed and Jeremiah comes back, then we will have exactly an hour left in tonight's stream. So still waiting for this hand to reset on the computer. All right, there you go. It's showing the Fletcher actually went in the side pot with a pair of 4s. Won the side pot with a pair of 4s. So somebody's card's not scanning properly. They will get them rescanned. As I said, Gator, not at his seat, could not believe that he got scooped on the side pot. Decided to take a little break. And we will get the cards rescanned, and we are ready to run. So Fletcher making the fold, does not have a suited ace. $25 raise coming from Commander Picks. He barely has a low, the 7-6. But he does have kings with spades. But you can see Trucker has better spades. Anybody with the ace-deuce? Every hand friend with just aces. She does have the ace-8 as the emergency low. And only one low card is going to come. Jack 10-6.
colors of the court through?
So open-ended straight draw for Roach. Open-ended straight draw for Commander Picks. 2 pair for Trucker.
See that one with the real lime green?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones, right?
Gut shot straight draw that is no good for Sawura, but he does have top pair. Eric open-ended has the same king queen that Commander Picks has. Every hand Fran needed a king for the bigger straight. She's not going to get it though. We can see that all the kings are accounted for.
And there was one that had like one of the leaves and stuff. It looked like it had like leaves.
So Roach looking for an 8. A king will not work for him because all the kings are accounted for. And even if the king came, then every hand Fran would have the bigger straight. No kings are coming. If a king comes, then everybody gets their money back. And there is the king queen for both Eric and Commander Picks coming in. Eric picking up a flush draw. It is a royal flush draw, but we can see the queen of diamonds is accounted for. Roach picking up diamonds as well, but his diamonds are no good. And the low draw is still live. The low draw is still live. The 2-3 right now is the best low, and Roach has the best low right now. The low has not hit yet, but the low is live. Eric going all in. He does have the nut straight. He has the flush redraw, and he has a pretty good low. It's not the best low, but it is pretty good. And I believe it was 550. Yeah, he tried to go all in for 580, but I think the pot was just 550, I believe. Yeah, so the pot is 550. 555. Roach with the nut. Flush draw going to be going all in, and every hand Fran turning 2 pair. And she still has that same gut shot, but it's no good because all the kings are accounted for. Every hand Fran calling, and that's going to take us to a $2,000 pot. I know it's $19.90, but Eric has basically $25 left, so he's going to put that all in on the river. So Eric looking for a diamond, Fran looking for the board to pair as she has top set. So Fran looking for the board to pair with top set. Yeah, so everybody's all in, so now we are up to over 2,500. I think this might be the biggest pot of the night. I know we had 2 pots right around the 2,500 mark. This one's 2,615, taking into account side pots. So Fran needed the board to pair. Eric needed a diamond. He already has the straight. Commander Picks already has the straight. And Roach wants a small card. Roach wants a card that is 8 or below. He also has backup with the 6. So if a 3 or a deuce comes, no, actually the 6 is paired. So Roach has no backup. His 6 is paired. So Roach needs an 8, a 7, a 5, or a 4. Doesn't want to see a 6, a deuce, a 3, because he will be pairing up. So huge pot here. Pretty sure it's the biggest pot of the night. Dealer making sure that all the pots are proper, and the reason why is there might be a low, so he is making all the pots right now, just in case if the low shows up. When he goes to chop it, it's going to be a lot easier, a lot faster. So Roach needing an 8 or below, or you need something between an 8 and a 4. An 8 and a 4 that doesn't pair the board. Somewhere between an 8 and a 4 doesn't pair the board. And there it is. Roach is going to have the 3-2 for the nut low, and the king-queen. They're going to chop the high. Roach is going to have the low with the 3 deuce. So Roach is getting half the pot. Roach is getting 1330, and the king-queens are getting quartered. So normally in high-low, it is the low that gets quartered, but in this instant, it is the high getting quartered. So like I said, making sure that all the side pots are correct, but when it is all said and done, Roach will win half the pot. Eric and Commander Picks are going to be getting quartered. Tomorrow we got our deep stack going on. No, that's the... Yeah, that's the bounty. Where's the... Sorry, wrong pocket. Here it is. So tomorrow, deep stack at 6 p.m. Deep stack Saturdays. It is a 50K start and stack. 50K start and stack. $2,000 prize pool. $75 buy-in. Every Saturday at 6 p.m. And then on Mondays, we have the bounty. $75 to enter that tournament as well. $25 goes towards the bounty. And you do get a 5K early bird registration. So as I said, Roach will get half the pot. And I believe we will have a dealer change after this hand. Let's see if Jeremiah's ready to tap in. Yeah, new dealer coming. And Poker Atlas Tour.
Poker Atlas Tour Package satellites are here, November 18th through December 2nd. Turn $250 into a $2,000 value. You'll earn a seat into 5 different Poker Atlas Tour events, plus $115 in cash game seat rentals. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com in the Poker Atlas app.
So those satellites to the Poker Atlas Tour, they've already started at TCH Social in Austin. Pretty cool little deal. You win a satellite, you get into not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, 5 tournaments. It covers you for 5 tournaments, and it gets you over $100 of seat time for the cash game. All right, so we do have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream, as we do have Jeremiah coming in for the last hour, and they are in the money for the Friday free roll. They're down to 5. Two, 3 for the low. So Woodall wants an ace on the flop. Trucker has an ace in his hand. It is suited and connected. Roach, who just won the last hand, also has the 3 deuce. Also wants to see an ace. Eric has an ace that is also suited and connected, just like Trucker's ace, but he is suited in diamonds. And we are going 6 ways to a flop, and we got spades. We do have a possible backdoor low, as there is 1 card 8 or below on the flop. Trucker flopping a jack. Trucker flopping a flush draw. Trucker gonna be betting the pot. Commander Picks has a wrap. He's got a wrap here. The 10-8 is open-ended, but when you add the 7s, now a 10 will also make him a straight. Every hand friend makes the call. Keep in mind the low is still possible. Every hand Fran with her own wrap. She has the queen 10 to go along with the 10-8. And board pairing on the turn. Trucker with the full house. No low possible. And Trucker's going to check. Gotta bet your own hand. Ace coming on the river. His full house gets better. Has jacks full of nines. Now has jacks full of aces. Flush draw get in there. Going for betting $100 here. Nobody. Oh, both commander picks and Fran with hearts, but they know on a paired board somebody normally has a full house. And he will show. Make sure you hit the like button if you want to see more Big O here on TCH Live. 5-card high-low, PLO Big O. 5 cards. There's always a high. There's sometimes a low. Last hand there was no low. And there is no straddle this hand, as action will be on Trucker. So you want some low cards that have an ace, and preferably have the ace suited. Like ace, deuce 3. And Trucker has ace 4. His ace is suited. Roach with the suited ace, and he has ace deuce. Commander picks calling the $5, but Roach raising. Every hand Frank getting rid of her middle cards. Fletcher making the call. Seguro with aces. And he's going to be potting. As I said earlier, by far he has been the most aggressive player pre-flop. He does have ace 3 for a low. None of his aces are suited though. Has 2 pair in his hand, aces and 8s. He has diamonds, but only 8 high. We can see Roach has ace high diamonds. Fletcher with the 7 deuce for his emergency low. Let's see if this brings Fletcher in, and does. Fletcher does have spades and hearts. Both are live. His spades are good. His hearts are good. And we have a $400 pot. And it's going to come 444, 44, no, 444, 446. Nobody with a 4. Nobody with a 6. And Segura potting it here, hoping nobody has a 4. Roach has 10s, and Roach has the ace deuce. Needs a 3 for a straight. So Roach might continue on here, as he does have the backup. He has ace deuce and a 5. So the 5 is the backup in case his ace or deuce pair up. And Roach is going with it here. This should clear out Fletcher, as it is a pot-sized bet. Fletcher only with queens here, and Fletcher will let it go. Roach is going to be looking for a 3 to scoop, but there's only 2 3s left. Oh, and there it is. So Roach hitting nut, as he has the 5 deuce for the straight and the 5 deuce for the low. The ace deuce for the low, excuse me. Actually, it's not pocket fours, it's the nut. But, and you can see Segura hates that turn. His 3 also paired up, and he's going to need an ace.
All right. No more action. Good luck, everybody.
Or an 8, an ace or an 8. And that's not going to do it. So Roach will win the pot. Ace deuce for the low, and 5 deuce for the straight.
52 straight at 21 low.
So you can see the cards being highlighted. The 5-2, that's the 2 cards he's playing for his high. The ace deuce, those are the 2 cards he's playing for his low. So Roach winning the $2,000 pot. Hello.
They can bleep that out.
I mentioned this earlier. We are streaming on multiple platforms. So if you happen to be watching on the Facebook, I do not have access to those comments. I do not have access to those comments, but I believe, and maybe Cooper can help me out on this, I believe I have access to both the YouTube and the Twitch comments. For sure I have access to YouTube comments, and that page is going to be TCH Live. TCH Live, but I do have a little help in the chat tonight from Cooper, so let me know if I have access to the Twitch comments. I believe I do. Of course, Twitch, if you are a gamer, pretty big website there. We had RGV Striker playing on the stream on Wednesday night. He used to be a big gamer. That's how he got the name RGV Striker. And yes, they have confirmed that I do have access to the Twitch. So both Twitch and YouTube comments are welcome. So that pot gonna take Roach no longer the furthest to the right. Looks like everybody calling the straddle here, and we are going 8 ways. Family pot here for Big O. So we have 40 cards, and all 40 cards are live. Everybody drawn to a hand right now. I know one player has a 10 for sure. Does anybody have pocket 8s? I think just one player has the 10, and that one player's Eric. And Eric's going to be betting $50. There's still a possible low. No, we do have another player with a 10. So 2 players with a 10, and they are looking to fill up. Does Eric have a low? Eric has a 2-6 low and a 2-4 low for Segura. And you can see he has one out. 1-6 is, well, the 6 doesn't do anything. Oh, but we do have the possible low here. Eric could be getting quartered here. Yeah, the low does get there, the 2-4 for the low, so they're going to be chopping it. The ace-10 for the high. Ace-10 for the high. 2-4 for the low. There's the high. Oh, wait, Eric has ace-deuce, excuse me. Just realized he has ace-deuce. Like I said, it's hard to keep up with these hands. And I do know the rules of the game. I do not play the game a lot just because I'm not a big fan of roller coasters. But if you like roller coasters, not hating on you. I guess it's kind of like the all the games in Vegas. You have the blackjack, the baccarat, the roulette, craps. I basically know how to play all the games, but I don't necessarily play them. You have like the 3-card poker, the suits. I think there's one called Suits where you're trying to make flushes.
¿Qué está diciendo Isaac? Hasta acá lo oigo. I could hear Isaac.
7 folds.
You better not be closing anything.
8 calls. Got the 50 bucks
He's gonna go to the live stream to see what he said again.
Let us know in the comments when you go to Vegas what game you like to gamble.
They open it with
I mean, besides poker, obviously you go play poker, but what else you like? You like the slot machines? You like the blackjack? You like the pie gow, the craps?
Oh, really? I thought it was only me.
Alright, we got 6 players.
We're going 6 ways to a flop. And it's going to be 2 diamonds, ace high. The low is still live, as we do have 2 low cards, the ace and the 7. And you can see Gator flopping 2 pair. Fletcher with diamonds, queen high. He also has a 9, and he also has a straight draw. So pretty big draw in hand for Fletcher here. He has the 10-8 for the straight, the queen 10 for the straight, and the flush draw. Fran going to be making the call here with her straight draw. All right, we do have a low. The low has arrived, and that low is 2-3. Nobody with 2-3. Nobody with 2-5. So Fletcher making the call here, still drawing. And the flush draw get in there. So Fletcher get in there with the flush, but Gator with the full house. And Gator going to be putting out a big bet here. There is a low, but the ace-8, no, that's paired up. So Fletcher does not have a low. He has 2 cards that are 8 or below. Yeah, so Fletcher doesn't have a low because his ace is paired up. His ace is paired up. It's just going to be a high. There is a possible low, but none of these players have low cards. Gator's ace is paired up. He has his ace is paired up and his 7's paired up, so it's just high. Nobody has a qualifying low. There's a possible low, but nobody qualifies. So Gator will be winning the pot with his full house. The entire pot. So both Gator and Fletcher, they are the 2 big winners tonight thus far. Gator up almost 4,000. Fletcher up almost 1,000. Eric making the comeback. He's in the green now. And Trucker also in the green. Everybody else in the red. So pretty much the haves and have-nots. 4 of these players are winning. 4 of these players are not. Gator will be big blind. And action's going to be on Roach. He has a very unique playing style when it comes to poker. He calls it the Roach approach. And his game of choice in the casino is blackjack. I've actually been with him a couple of times, just watching him play. Likes to play the high stakes blackjack. I actually recently, surprisingly, got a casino host in New Orleans. So yay me. If you guys don't know what a casino host is, it's basically somebody who will take care of booking your rooms when you go to Vegas, getting free rooms when you go to Vegas, show tickets, meals, shopping. Of course, depending on how big you gamble, they can offer you certain amenities. And I'm at the very bottom. I could call. I could literally call somebody directly and get my rooms taken care of, but that's it. So the low is live with that 7, 2 cards, 8 and below. The straight get in there with the 10-8, Gator with the straight, and every hand Fran with the flush draw and the 3 pair. Jack 9, no, the 2 pair. She has a straight draw too, so she's making the call. Gator also has a flush draw, but it is not good. And it looks like Fletcher's coming along here. He has a 2-3 for a low. Gator has the ace deuce though. So we do have a side pot as every hand Fran is all in. The low draw is still live. Every hand Fran looking for a diamond, looking for a jack, looking for a 9. Gator with the best hand right now, the 10-8 with the straight, has 2 diamonds to block the flush draw. And the board's gonna pair, but I don't think anybody has the full house. Nobody has jack 7, nobody has pocket jacks, pocket 9s. No, it's the straight for Gator that's gonna be good. And there's going to be no low as the board paired. So no low. Gator's going to win the pot with 10-8. So Fran needed a jack or a 9 on the river. The board did pair, but it paired with the 7s. So the rich get richer as Gator will win the $970 pot, and Fran is going to have to reload. So the hand getting reset. I believe we have a $15 button straddle. That pot's going to take Gator to over $4,000. $4,000 winner tonight. Still got about 40 minutes to go. Should wrap things up about 11:20 Texas time, Central Time, PM. $15 button straddle announced. Roach is your big blind, and there is a misdeal. High hand, football squares. Here's the cool part. If you get a football square, it's good for 3 games. And the numbers get redrawn. So if you happen to get a bad, quote unquote, bad number, you have 2 more chances. Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night. If you hit a high hand here at the Texas Card House, you will have a chance. Sunday night's game, final score paying $1,500, first quarter paying $1,000, second quarter paying $750, and the third quarter paying $500. It looked like they were going to take Fran's purse, but no, there it is. So Roach with the deuces. We'll let it go, as does Fran. Roach does owe $5, and the dealer letting him know. Eric making the call for the $5. Fletcher, the $15. It's a $15 straddle. 3 threes for Trucker, but he will let it go. Commander Picks also has the 3. Commander Picks really wants to see an ace on the flop because he has all the other cards. So one more low card for the straight to arrive, as it is Jack 7-5, 2 hearts. Commander Picks flopping bottom set with a straight draw. Eric flopping top set. Commander Picks has hearts, and his hearts are actually good. He has 4 high hearts, and they're good. Nobody else with hearts. And there's the heart. And as I said, Commander Picks wants to see an ace on the flop, an ace, because he has the nut low. The 2-3 is the nut low. He also has a flush. He has a set, and he's going to be betting bot. Let's see if Eric's able to get away from his hand, as he flopped top set. You can see he does not like that ace at all, as the low got there and a bigger set got there as well. The flush got there. Everything get in there. And it looks like Eric's going to let it go. And Fletcher does the same. So hand will get reset, and we will move on to hand 41. To hand 41, I would imagine we're probably going to get about, let's say 52. Let's say 52 hands tonight. So that pot's going to make Commander's Picks a $10 winner tonight. The other 3 players down about $2,000 each.
Get a table change, but we're not letting you change your seat. I got a table. Yeah, go to the other table.
So all 5 cards getting dealt out. Action under the gun on Eric. He lets it go.
I don't know if it's going to be a good idea, but...
Couldn't be any worse.
It could be any worse.
So they are down to 3 on the Friday, on the Friday free roll frenzy. Down to 3 players. So we have 1 tournament table going on right now at the Texas Card House. We have 4 We have 4 1-3 tables. 4 1-3 tables. No limit hold'em going on. And we have 2 big O tables. One of them being streamed. One of them an outer table. So a total of 7 tables. 7 tables going on right now at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Every hand Fran with aces. She has the ace-3, so she has the nut low. And let's see if she puts in money. And she's going to go all in. Fletcher hitting a deuce. And it has a queens in his hand. You can see his outs on the top. Needs a king for 2 pair. A queen for a set. Or a deuce for trips. There's the deuce for trips. And he is going to have trip deuces for the high. Fran's going to have the ace-3, but the board paired, so there is no low. There is no low. And that might do it for Fran, as we have half an hour left in tonight's stream. We do have an outer table, a big O, so they will let those players know if any one of them wants to join the stream. If not, we will finish off 6-handed. Oh, excuse me. So Roach is still here. So we do have 1 seat open on the stream table. We do have 1 seat open. We will see if anybody takes the seat. So yeah, I think that's going to do it for every hand Fran. Not her night tonight.
I'll get everybody on the drink on the table.
You want a drink?
I want a double Macal or a double Balbini, 21.
So there is a straddle. It's at least 10, probably 15. Eric's going to fold, has all of those middle cards. Normally not good to have those middle cards on high-low. Fletcher with the ace-5 and the pocket jacks.
Can I get one to go? Can I get
It's okay. I got it.
Oh, Fletcher is going to be raising here. So it's 15 times 3 is 30 plus the 5, so 35? 45. I think there was a $20 bonus straddle. No, because 20 times 3. No, 15. There should have been a small blind, so that 5 actually counted as 10. So actually should have been a $40 race, according to my public education math. Best low right now is the ace-3. And it is all clubs. Gator flopping a flush with a royal flush draw, but the queen has been folded. Let's see if Gator puts out a bet here. Gator betted 75, trying to string somebody along. And he's going to string along Roach here. Fletcher coming along too. There's still a possible low, as we need a card 8 or below that doesn't pair the board. Fletcher with a set of jacks wanting the board to pair. And the board does not pair. 410 in the pot. No possible low now. No possible low. Small bet here from Gator. Just under half pot. Roach hitting his straight with the queen 9. Fletcher hitting his straight as well with the ace queen. It looks like Roach is going to call. So Roach is drawn dead. No, Roach is drawn to an ace. Roach is drawn to an ace. Fletcher needs the board to pair. There will be no low this hand. Fletcher needs the board to pair. Roach needs an ace to chop. No, Roach is drawn dead. Roach is drawn dead. I forgot the flush is out there. Let's see how much Gator bets here. Gator betting about half pot. Oh, actually 2/3 pot. Gator betting 2/3 pot. And I think they'll finally let it go. Yeah, everybody folded. So Gator winning the $1,500 pot. That might take him up to over 5,000 for the night.
That's why you're betting low.
Let's see if that takes him up to over 5,000. Doesn't look like he has 5,000 in front of him, but I know those stacks of green are not even. Yeah, it takes him up to 5,000. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's got about 58 because those greens are not stacks of 500s. So each green is probably a stack of like 650, I would say. Each stack of green there. So a stack of green, 20 green chips is going to be 500. But those stacks are not 20s. Yeah, you can see he was checking his phone outside, and he's gonna make the call with the ace-3. Suited ace has queens. Trucker making the call with the 2-4, hoping an ace comes out on the flop. Commander picks, let's go of his middle cards. Gator has diamonds. Roach raising with the middle cards. Eric making the call with the 2-4. Also has diamonds. Trucker getting out of the way. Didn't have the ace-deuce. Gator's not folding. Gator's hitting everything. He has ace-3 for low. He has diamonds, and he's making the call.
If it ends, we could still play here. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, those are stacks of at least 600, probably 650. All right, so we're going 4 ways to a flop, and it's going to come 10 high. Roach flopping a open-ended straight flush draw. Normally, you do not want to play the middle cards in Hi-Lo, but you can see that it did work out thus far. There is a possible low. Very small bet coming from Roach. You can see the jack of spades is in Gator's hand, so he could only hit a 6 if he wants to make the flush. Gator's actually behind right now, but he does have the ace-3 for the low, so he's probably going to be sticking around for this $75 bet. Gator really wants to see a deuce here, as it's going to make his ace-3 the best blow. Board pairing, still no low on the board, but Gator hits trips. So Roach flopping a flush draw and 2 pair, and Gator hits the only card to give him trips. So now Gator's in front. So Roach is going to need a 10, a 6, or an 8.
Seat open, table 9.
4 outs for Roach. The low is still in play as well. And the low is going to get there. So Gator's going to scoop this. He has a jack high flush and an ace 3 low. Gator's going to check. Roach wisely checks behind. And Gator's going to show his jack high flush with his ace 3 low. And that's going to put over $6,000 in Gator's stack. So I said we would get to 50 hands. I think we'll be lucky to get to 50. Normal stream will average probably about 85 hands. That's just the 2-card variety, 2-card hold'em. It does go a lot faster compared to this game, Big O. Right off the bat, takes the dealer longer to deal with the 5 cards than it does the 2 cards. Also, it takes the dealer longer to read the player's hands. And a lot of times there's going to be chop pots with the high-low.
Seems out of order. Sir, you cannot.
We have
it's out of order. The scanner's not working. We can't deal there anymore tonight.
So 20 minutes to go in tonight's stream. $10 button straddle from Eddie. So Gator, tonight's big winner, looks like he's buying everybody drinks at the table. All right, we are going 6 ways to a flop. Gator, the only player not calling the $10 straddle. Trucker with the aces. Possible backdoor low as there is a 6 on the board. Fletcher going to be leading here with his bottom 2 pair, 9-6. Trucker quickly folding his aces. Commander picks with a set of jacks, so Fletcher does not want to see a 9 or a 6. And now Fletcher has a diamond draw, but Commander's picks also has a diamond draw. So Fletcher in pretty bad shape here. Fletcher does have a 7-4 low. He does have the emergency low, the 7-4. So we can see that he's drawn dead for the high, but he can hit a low. Commander picks. Potting it here, but Fletcher making a pretty quick call. Oh, so I have been told that Fletcher has a gut shot. Fletcher does have a gut shot. Is it a 5? Because you need a 5. You need a 5 or a 10 to make a straight. You cannot make a straight without a 5 or a 10. So a 5, the 7-4, yeah. He does have a gut shot to the 5, but it looks like the 5s have been folded. Is that what it's showing? Yeah, so Fletcher is not going to win this hand. And let's see if Commander checks back. Yeah, it does go check. Commander picks figures if he gets called, he's beat. The 10-8 got there for the straight. You either need a 10 or a 5 in your hand or a 10 or a 5 on the board to make a straight. So Commander picks winning the $1,000 pot. As we can see, Gator up over 5,000. The next player is Commander Picks, who just won that last hand. He's up over 500. So one player up over 5,000, the other player up over 500. And then everybody else either up a little or down a lot. We have 3 players that are down over $2,000. So there is, I believe, a $25 button straddle. I think that is the max. $25 button straddle announced. Both the small blind and big blind folding. Commander Picks also folds. Gator, he's up over 5,000. I don't think he's folding many hands, but he does have the ace deuce and hearts in his hand. Roach making the call. Pocket fives has clubs. Fletcher just losing that last pot was the straddler. Is probably going to check his option and does just that. All right, we're going 3 ways to a flop. And it's going to come 10-10 for Fletcher with a 10. 2 hearts on the board. He also has the best hearts. But it's Gator who's going to be leading here. Hoping that nobody has a 10. But we can see that Fletcher has the 10. Is Fletcher just going to string him along? No, Fletcher's going to raise. This should let Gator know to get out of his pot. So Gator double checking his cards, triple checking his cards, realizing he's probably going to have to fold. Yeah, so Gator letting Fletcher know he doesn't have a 10, and he does make the fold. All right, so we do have a new player at the table. Let's see who he is. It's going to be... Dun, 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 dun. Okay, still showing every hand Fran is in. Seat 2, so they will take her out. And here comes... Let's see who it's going to be. He's coming in for 620, and it's going to be Tony Stacks. Has a stack of 620 right now. Of course, Tony's real name is Antonio. And they are reminding Tony Stacks, you got to get rid of that phone. So we did not make it to 50 hands tonight. Still have a couple of hands to go. And if you are a Jimmy Johnson fan from NASCAR, then you will know what the last hand is. Gator raising it with the kings and the ace deuce. It is suited, making it 20. Roach with the queens wants to see a flop. Will make the call. Tony Stacks his first hand, squeezing his cards, and he is making the call. It's 20. Eric making the call. Fletcher making the call. Suwunda making the call. Trucker coming along, and his Commander Pick's gonna make the call too. Yeah, we got a family pot. Gator with kings, Commander Picks with queens. Anybody else have a pocket pair? I think Roach had queens as well. So Roach has 2 black queens. Yep, there are the 2 black queens. It's going to come 10-8 deuce, 2 hearts. Jack 9 for Trucker, as he is open-ended. Roach going to be betting here. Quick call from Tony Stacks. So Roach has the queens and a 10. Trucker letting his hand go. Commander Picks does the same. Gator not ready to let his hand go. Tony Stacks with the ace 3, so he has the nut low. Tony Stacks with the nut low. He needs another card. He needs a card 7 or below. There's already 2 cards that are 8 or below. He needs 1 more for the low. So the flush get in there, but nobody with hearts. So Queen Jack, nobody has Queen Jack. Does anybody have a Jack in their hand? Nobody has a Jack in their hand. But Roach is going to represent it. He does have the 2 queens, so he is blocking the nut straight right now with the 2 queens. Roach is going to get Tony Stacks to fold. But will he get Gator to fold? Gator does have a low right now with the ace 7. Oh, Gator's calling, so Roach is in trouble here. No, Roach has 2 pair, excuse me. So Gator wanting a card for the low. Can hit a deuce for trips. Nope. Oh, actually, yeah. He's going to have kings and 8s. So Gator with kings and 8s, Roach with queens and 8s. Gator doesn't know what to do here. Gator checks. Oh, Roach knows he can only win if he bluffs here. And Roach just put it on the bluff. Gator does not like it. Gator with the king of hearts. Does not have a flush, has the best hand. But it's going to be an extremely tough call as Roach puts out 500. And Gator's thinking about calling here because one of Gator's stacks is uneven. If you saw him reach for the stack on top, he's all like, well, I can lose this stack and all my stacks are still even. So Gator's really thinking about calling here. He has kings and 8s. He finally announces fold. Roach does not show. I thought Roach was going to show.
Baby flush. You show the king.
So Gator announcing he had a baby flush, but he flashes the king of hearts. And the table letting him know that's not a baby.
He got it, friends. He got it.
All right, we have 2 more hands to go. The last hand tonight will be hand 48, 48. And we can see Gator no longer up over $5,000. He's up $4,800 after losing that last spot. Commander Picks up 530, Eric up 290, Fletcher 285, and Trucker 190. Everybody else in the red, including Tony Stacks, who just got down, played his first hand, lost $170.
Little bit. I'm glad to hear that. Little bit sounds better than completely bluff.
So Roach with a 5 deuce low. These players do know the stream is getting ready to end. So we'll see if we get another pot past $2,000. We've had a couple of pots over $2,000 tonight. We'll see if we get one more as we have 2 more chances. This hand or the next hand? So Gator folding and flashing the king of spades. The dealer letting the table know the king of spades is gone. Fletcher raising here with his hand. Last time he played a non-premium hand aggressive, it worked out for him. He's not going to be able to hit a set, as two players have sevens, and it's going to come clubs. Segura with 8 high clubs, and he has the 5-3. The 3-4 is the nut low, but he has the 5-3. We can see he has the best low right now too. So he has the best flush draw, and he has the best low, as nobody has 3-4. Somebody has 3-6, somebody has 3-7. And Roach will let it go. Looks like Fletcher is not ready to let it go. Fletcher needing a jack for a straight. And it's going to be nut for the 5-3. He's going to hit the nut straight, and nut low. 5-3. Fletcher still sticking around. Needs a jack that is not a club. Looks like the jack of diamonds is still out there. Jack of diamonds still in the deck. And Fletcher is going to need to hit it, but he does not. So even though the deuce paired up, the 5-3 is still the best possible low. As the 3 cards he's playing, the ace, the deuce, and the 4, you can see those cards highlighted. All right, here we go. Last hand. Will the last hand be more than $2,000? Last hand coming up, hand 48. Let's see if anybody straddles. So it looks like Tony Stacks is going to be putting out an under the gun straddle. So Commander Picks will take back his straddle. No, the Tony Stacks is the one who takes back the straddle. So Commander Picks probably straddle into 15. Has to be at least 10, but I would think 15. So action's going to be on Gator as he jumps back in his seat. Get ready for this last hand tonight. Would once again like to thank everybody who joined us. And yes, we do know this is not Hold'em. We did change it up tonight to Big O, 5-card Hi-Lo. And it looks like Roach is going to be racking up. He knows this is the last hand of the stream. Tony Stacks with 3 aces in his hand. He does have ace-3, so that is suited. So $10 button straddle coming from Commander's Picks. And as I said, let us see if we see a $2,000 pot, as Fletcher's going to start building it with the queens. He has queens. I don't think he has a low. I think he had queens and like 10 deuce. Gator getting out of the way. Let's see what Fletcher has. Yeah, he has. Oh, yeah, he does have a low. He has the 8 deuce for the low. It's not a very good low. It's almost the worst low. The worst low being 8-7. He does have a low. Tony Stacks might be calling with these 3 aces, as the ace-3 is suited, and he does just that. So we're going 3 ways to a flop, $180 in the middle. And it's going to come diamonds. Fletcher with diamonds. Fletcher open-ended as well. So we'll see if Fletcher puts out a pot-sized bet here. He is open-ended with Queen Jack, and he has a flush draw with the Queen Deuce. But it is Roach leading the way with the 5. He has a 5, and Fletcher immediately raises him. Wait, am I missing something here? It's saying Fletcher has 2 outs. Roach, oh, Roach has a king. There we go. Roach has a king 5. Roach has 2 pair. So Fletcher has diamonds, but you can see basically all the diamonds are folded. He only has 2 outs left, a queen and a 9. A queen for a set, a 9 for a straight. Fletcher hitting a pair here. So Fletcher picking up an extra out. Now he needs a jack. So he needs a queen, a jack, or a 9. There's 3 outs left. Roach in good shape right now. No low possible. There is no low possible here. So Roach just has to avoid a queen or a jack. All the diamonds are gone. Oh, the queen, get in there. So Fletcher had 3 outs, and he gets there on the river. Roach cannot believe it. So it is a crazy last hand that we have tonight. Roach cannot believe that he got rivered. He is the one he normally rivers his opponents, but Fletcher hitting the last queen to get there. And that'll wrap things up on this Friday night here at TCH